Hello, Sam.
What's up, brother? We are back for Amplified number two. I just placed a bunch of Kalshi bets and I'm ready to go, brother. Feels like a Sunday.
Sam, I gotta tell you, just as we were doing that, I was watching the stream on YouTube prior to the show just to make sure everything was running. And I forgot to pause that stream. So as soon as you said hello, brother, my phone started yelling at me, hello, brother. So had to take
I
a
was
slight
wondering
delay
what that
there.
echo was. I'm relieved to hear such a simple solution.
Yeah, stupidity on my end here. Sounds like Sam's audio is a little robotic. What we're gonna do here is continue talking to me, Sam. Seems like we had this problem solved. Jordy.
Jacksonville has gone down by a couple of touchdowns several times. Trevor Lawrence with some heroics. I think there's a chance that this is kind of back and forth. And because of that, I feel pretty confident that at some point Jacksonville gets up to at least 60-cent favorites. And at that point, I would probably exit, if I'm being honest, unless I feel like the game is really swinging in their favor and we can make it all the way. Up first, Doc, how do you feel about my first prediction?
Man, it's Duval, dude. It's Duval. The Colts do not perform well in Duval. We have been on the downturn. The Jags have been hot. I think they're coming off the backs of 3 straight wins.
Crazy.
Danny Dimes got a broken leg. Run game looks gross. That run defense is great. I don't know, man. It hurts me to agree with you. I'm wearing Colts merch again. It did not go well for me last week. I think you're probably right, but I'm naturally gonna have to take the other side of the coin there and take the Colts for sure.
Yeah, Colts still the favorite. Can't hate on that. Also, I'm taking my beloved Pittsburgh Steelers. Not because I necessarily think I'm gonna win, but the value on this is crazy, brother. Ravens and Steelers both sitting at 6-6. The absolute disrespect to have the Steelers at 30 cents here, 30% odds to win. The value is insane on this one. Again, I don't necessarily think Pittsburgh is gonna win in Baltimore, but I do think that this is going to end up at some point going to like 45 cents, 50 cents. Maybe we get a defensive turnover or something like that. I like to exit a lot of bets around halftime, and I'm okay with that. I did it last week. I took Pittsburgh. We ended up going up a touchdown. I exited Pittsburgh and I bought Buffalo and then rode Buffalo to the win because I had no faith in us after seeing the first like 4 drives of offense. But the Baltimore Ravens also just look like dog shit. Lamar Jackson having a hamstring injury and in general, not really knowing what they're doing on defense. Wide receiver core is a little bit beat up. Mark Andrews looks a little bit sluggish. Congrats on the new contract, though. And yeah, I like Pittsburgh at 30 cents here.
Yeah, I can't disagree, and I think if you're somebody who likes to bet the under or the spread, this feels good today. This is a team. I think I saw a stat earlier this week when it's Mike Tomlin up against the Ravens. These two coaches and Jim Harbaugh, these two coaches have covered the spread in like 9 of their last 10 games. It is always within that space, so it feels like this will be a close game. I think pricing it the way that it's been priced seems a little strange to me. Um, Kind of crazy to see a game this late in the year, 6-6 teams. The Steelers don't look great. The Ravens don't look great. The division is on the line. You've got a game in Buffalo today as well that can have some implications for this division. I'm with you though. I'm going to give this one to the Steelers. I think Lamar Jackson does not look like Lamar Jackson. He's throwing a ton of interceptions. There's been a wild number of turnovers over the last 3 games. It feels to me that that team is about to implode. And it feels like the AFC North is wide open because I also don't think the Steelers are very good. I think the best team in the AFC North is the 4-8 Bengals, which is a ridiculous thing to say, but they look it.
That leads me nicely into my last bet for this early window here, which is off the back of Oliver Maroney telling me that the Bengals are probably going to win this division. I decided Cincy at 29 cents against the Buffalo Bills also just seems like too much value. The Bills don't seem like themselves from last year. Definitely a good team. They can still put 40 on you. But Joe Burrow is back, and you're telling me you're going to give me that at 29 cents whenever they're playing for their playoff lives. I'm going to take that. I'm going to take that every single day of the week. Maybe it's a little bit of bias, though. I've been watching too much AFC North, which, I mean, given they have 8 losses, should put me put me in the other direction. But yeah, I'm hanging with Cincy on this one too. I'm all dogs today.
I'll tell you this. One, as a quick aside, we're hearing that there's some audio issues again with Sam. We're working on solving that. We will get to the resolution there. The second piece is absolutely, dude. Are you kidding me? Listen, I don't think, and I've been saying this, I do not believe that the Buffalo Bills are a Super Bowl contending team this year. I think whenever you were running out with a wide receiver trio that is led by Khalil Shakir, a guy in Brandon Cooks, who I was pretty sure had been retired for like at least a year, and a variety of guys in Gabe Davis and Curtis Samuels and Keon Coleman, guys that you don't really want out there. Coleman's been sat on 2 different occasions this year. Gabe Davis is somebody you sent off to Jacksonville because you didn't believe in him. Jacksonville then said, we also don't believe in this guy. And you brought him back out of necessity. It feels to me that the Bills are Josh Allen or bust. And when Josh Allen has to play hero ball, he starts forcing bad plays and you see interceptions. He leads the NFL in interceptions since he's entered the league. To me, I think a healthy Joe Burrow on a team that just got T. Higgins back today and Jamar Chase and Chase Brown, I don't see how the Bills can stop it. I don't see how they can keep up with them from scoring. Yeah, Bengals defense is terrible, but are they 40-cent dogs? Absolutely not. I know this game's in Buffalo, but it feels to me that the Bengals are going to win this. I'm aligned. I will also go out and say, I think the Bengals win the AFC North.
Damn. That one's crazy. You got to put some money on that one. If you don't mind locking it up for a few days. Seeing some commenters, yeah. Sorry about the mic issues, guys. Sam asking if we have some information on giveaways last week. I think there's information in their Discord for FootballDotFun. Try hopping in there. We'll follow up with you after the show, make sure that all gets sorted out. We had some difficulties with Twitter last week, basically not showing us the historical chat logs. And so we weren't able to go back and validate, but we did our best to make it up to you guys. This week, we're going to do 2 giveaways per quarter. We're going to figure out what some of the best things are in just a little bit to get quarter one kicked off and let you guys get your predictions in, but we'll wait for a few more people to trickle in before that. Knock, any other bets that you have on the table here before I move on to who I'm starting and who I'm sitting for the people before that first window of games kicks off?
Yeah, I want to open up the lines sheet and just walk through this with you for a second here, Sam, because I think there's a couple of really interesting ones for me. This Washington and Minnesota.
I can't hear knock.
Oh, you've lost me?
Test.
Hello, hello. Well, let me go back to this scene, see if we grab Sam. Sam, you got me here?
I don't know. Can you guys hear knock? Or is that just me? I'm going to fill some time. I was also looking at
Big Dub. That was
me. He's back.
That was me. That was stupidity on my end. Okay, so listen, I want to bring up 2 lines here before we dive into what we're starting, who we must start, who we must sit for FootballDotFun. But first, this Washington-Minnesota line, this line is the dumbest line of the week by far. This should not be anywhere near 50%. Jaden Daniels confirmed will be playing today at 1 o'clock. Yeah, JJ McCarthy is back for the Vikings. I don't know that it's a good thing that he cleared concussion protocol because he is a terrible, terrible quarterback. To me, this feels disrespectful that this line is at 50 cents. I am slamming the Washington Commanders here because it feels like it is clearly the best line of the week. There's one other line here that I wanted to pull up that I think is really interesting from a value perspective. We're going to go on the top left. We're going to look back at this Steelers-Ravens game. I want to pull this spread here because you mentioned how ridiculously far that is from one another. That doesn't feel right given the divisional game. For me, the Steelers, I agree, feels like a good buy. And then there's a bottom right one that we've got set up here that you'll see in the bottom right. New Orleans at Tampa Bay. I know that this is a wide margin already. I'm slamming the Bucks. As our good friend and a guest that will be on the show in about 30-40 minutes, Hustlepedia, Johnny from Hustlepedia likes to tell us, if you saw dollars on the floor or the offer to buy dollars for 77 cents, would you pick it up? And I think the answer here is absolutely. The Bucks should destroy the Saints. That is a team that is dilapidated, man. There's not a whole lot to be excited about in New Orleans right now. Outside of Chris Olave and maybe Keandre Miller. You've got the backup, the heir apparent to Alvin Kamara. That is a sad looking team.
Dude, it's a divisional game though. I'm always scared. I'm always scared, man. Taysom Hill is gonna do some fuckery, and then all of a sudden, we're gonna be in shambles. All right, let's move on to the real stuff. FootballDotFun. Who you starting? Who you sitting? You got to pick 35 players. Throw 35 into the wind. Up first, one of my big upsets, I think, is putting in Omari and Hampton, who I don't think I've had activated literally a single time this week, or sorry, this season. Omarion Hampton, Chargers running back, he's going to be going against the 24th worst defense in the Eagles. And I just am losing faith in Justin Herbert. And I don't know if it's Justin Herbert as much as it is just that offensive line and kind of the way that they've been playing up until this point. But he hasn't had those breakout games where I just go, oh my God, like he's the future, 410 yards kind of stuff like we've seen in years past. So at this point, I'm thinking if they have a chance in this game against the Eagles, probably going to be low scoring because the Eagles has also have a terrible offense so far, at least the last few weeks of the year. And so I think it's going to be a lot of ground and pounds. We're going to see a lot of Saquon Barkley. We're going to see a lot of Omari and Hampton if the Chargers can stay in it. So I figured after seeing Dan get 40,000 tournament points strictly from DeAndre Swift last week, I was like, maybe taking a upset running back is the outsized reward that I'm looking for, like all the dogs that I'm picking. What's one for you there, Knock?
Yeah, I like that. I think the Marion Hampton pick is a bit of a sleeper. We saw last week he placed. Keep in mind, Marion Hampton did not play last week. It was Kamani Vidal who was the next man up that sort of took off here. I like the logic there as well, and I like it for a slightly different reason. You mentioned, less faith in Justin Herbert. Justin Herbert also has a busted up hand. I don't know if you saw what he was playing with last week. It looked like the Infinity Gauntlet. This guy missed about 10 snaps, comes back into the game, and he plays the rest of that game. But what we noticed there was almost every snap after that was out of shotgun. So he was no longer playing under center. Unlikely to be able to do that this week with that busted up hand, because you do need both hands like this in order to take the ball under center, right? So he gets surgery done. He says he's playing on Monday night. I think it's really interesting, and it's a game that the Chargers really do need to win. So I think that they try to roll Herbert out on Monday night, but I think they try to take the ball out of his hands a little more often. Expect some creative run plays between either Kamani Vidal, or if Hampton's clear to go, Marion Hampton will do really well also. So I think that there's a couple of good things going. Sam, I'm going to give you a call here on Telegram. I'm going to see if we can switch our audio queue over there, and then I'm going to mute you. I think it might still be coming through Video Ninja. We thought we had it distorted, but let's see if we got it now. Okay, great. We should be good to go. If you're watching this, just let me know. Sam? Hey, can you hear me? You got me? Okay. I think we may have just solved this problem. We've got a couple guys going through it now. Okay, sick. Yeah, I like that pick a lot. I think it makes a ton of sense for me. I think another team, or pick rather, that I would like to see is Jonathan Taylor. Now, hear me out. It's supposed to rain in Jacksonville. Danny Dimes has got that busted up leg. He's had an issue running over the last little while, and that has hurt his ability to get out and pass the ball. I think they need to lean on Taylor. It's a get-right game. It's a run-the-damn-ball type of game. You're running into the second-best run defense, which I think is going to be a challenge for them to sort of figure out for sure. But to me, it feels like you have to give the ball to JT, get him back on track, have a little bit of a redemption game here.
Unmute Video Ninja. Can you guys hear me now? Test, test. I'm just going to assume that you can. I'm going to be sitting Justin Herbert this week. I think that Justin Herbert, yeah, with the injuries that he was talking about, also just losing faith in that offense. I'm going to move on, though. Starting Jalen Waddle against the lowly Jets with no Sauce Gardner. I've sat Jalen Waddle the last 3 or 4 weeks, but I really, really, really think that Tua is just going to be yeeting the ball downfield as much as he can. Dolphins are strictly in stat padding, play for next year, get that next contract kind of status. And whenever that happens, typically they play a little bit looser. They start yeeting. Oh, still can't hear me. Knock, I'm going to defer to you for a little bit.
Yeah. So I think I'll pick up where you're putting down here on the side of the Jets Dolphins. I think this is really interesting, and for what it's worth, I think they're a little bit delayed. Here's the interesting piece. We talked about this in a chat earlier before the show, and we saw two really fun stats. One, Tua is 0-7 below 40 degrees Fahrenheit. It's going to be 39 in the Meadowlands today. The Jets are 0-7 against Tua of all time. This is a real movable force meets stoppable object, and it is a dumpster fire game, which should be a lot of fun. I'm going to point out Garrett Wilson as a must start this week. A little bit of a sleeper because he's injured, but we saw Adonai Mitchell come over to the Jets in the trade for Sauce Gardner. We saw what he did last week, 8 catches, I think it was 105 yards and a touchdown. Tyrod Taylor is somebody who is willing to throw the ball. They're calling the man Ty God. I think that this is something that makes sense to start. So for me, Garrett Wilson will be a must start. I'm going to walk you guys through a couple of the other things here that I think is really important over the next little while. So we've got Josh Allen against the Cincinnati Bengals. We talked about this a little bit earlier. I do not feel confident in this pick. I think for this to have to work, for Josh to kind of creep into the top 3 in the quarterback perspective, you're going to need him to run the ball a lot. I imagine that they're probably handing that ball off to James Cook a little bit more. I'm going to give you maybe a hot take, Sam, of a must sit, and I think it's Lamar Jackson. I don't like Jackson against the Steelers today. I think we've seen the Steelers D be really strong. We've seen Jackson playing a little bit out of character since he's returned 3 or 4 interceptions over the last couple of weeks. He's not running the ball well. They can't get Derrick Henry going just by feeding him a ton of touches on a game-to-game basis. It doesn't feel good to start somebody like that this week. And then the final must start of the week for me is Devon Achane. I know that we've talked about this Jets-Fins game. I know that we've joked about how bad this game is going to be, but I think that there's a lot of value from a fantasy perspective here. It is going to be cold. The Dolphins know Tua is bad. The Dolphins know the Jets know Tua is bad in the cold. Everybody watching this game can tell that Tua is just not right for the weather that will be played, that they're going to be playing in. It feels like a game where they're going to continue to feed that ball to Devon Achane. He feels like a must start. I know that it's been a cop-out that I give him to you 2 weeks in a row, but I'm starting him 100% of the time, especially against this Jets team that just got rid of Quinnen Williams, their best pass or rush defender. You got rid of Sauce Gardner. You have no real discipline deep, so you're going to have to play 2-man on top of Jalen Waddle in order to sort of contain that. I think it opens up a ton of room for Devon Achane. It's got to feel good. I think if you've got Achane and Taylor, I know that again, maybe a little bit of a cop-out given how good they've been over the last little bit of the season. They feel like must play because of the weather conditions for me. I'm leaning into those 2 guys.
Yeah, I love that. Like I was saying too, picking Waddle as a wide receiver to go against the Jets, I think they're going to yeet the ball way downfield. I also want to ask Knock, does that mean that you're sitting Derrick Henry this week?
I don't think I'm sitting Derrick Henry. I think Derrick Henry's somebody in a position where he just gets a ton of volume despite not really being able to convert over the last few weeks. I think when you have a guy who gets handed the ball 20 times a game, you'd be stupid to not have him in your lineup, especially given the SDF format, the way that this is structured. If you look at the running back position, your top 3 guys are moving into that scoring position this week. I would honestly believe that with a guy like Henry who gets the ball as frequently as does, gets as many red zone touches as he does, even if you feel less good about Lamar Jackson, you've got to put him in here.
Yeah, the last thing that I'm doing here is I have Lamar Jackson and Derrick Henry in for the record, and I'm also starting the entire Bucks lineup. If they had the Water Boy available, I would put the Water Boy on my top 35 against the New Orleans Saints. With that being said, I want to shout out Trevor in the audience. Trevor says that he's betting the money line on the Dolphins and the Titans, which is an interesting one. The Titans in particular, because I was looking at this. The Browns were at 65 cents. That line might have moved a little bit, but I was thinking, man, I kind of want to hammer the Browns here. I just feel like Cam Ward already sucks. You have the guy that's about to break the all-time sack record for a single season. I don't like his chances at being able to get anything done offensively. But with that being said, I feel like consistently a few times a season, there's one of these like bad team versus bad team where it's just a coin flip. It's so sloppy. It's just bad football, period. And so betting on it with any kind of assurance is sort of a loser's game.
Yeah, I think I will play the losers game and take a bet and take a stand. And this is actually one of my picks of the week. I think the Cleveland Browns at Tennessee Titans is a shoo-in. I think the Browns win this game 11 out of 10 times for a couple of reasons. One, you alluded to it. We have Myles Garrett chasing the sack record. I believe he's 4 sacks back. There's no reason why he can't do this in a game from Cam Ward, the quarterback who's been hit more than anybody in the NFL this season, not named Justin Herbert. He is somebody who likes to collect hits from defending players, and I think you're going to see plenty of it. So to me, I think you're going to see Garrett take over this game. He's going to chase it. I think he has the 25 taped on his armband. He's 6 back at 25. I think it's 23.5 for the record. He can do that this game. I want to see him push the 25. We've seen 5, 6, 7 sack games from Myles Garrett in the past, and the Tennessee Titans O-line exists mostly in theory. Cam Ward doesn't have any help downfield. It feels to me that this is a game that he's going to blow up. Now, on the flip side of the ball, you've got a guy in Shedeur Sanders who, honestly, we really only talk about him in the context of football because of the drama that comes with his name and not about his play. He is not an NFL quarterback. I don't think that there are any illusions there. It's likely that the Browns are going back to the NFL draft to pick somebody next year, which might end up leading them to the same position in a year's time because there's not a whole lot of talent in that 26 draft. But I'll say this. You've got an excellent run game. Dylan Sampson, Quinshon Judkins, 2 rookie running backs, 2 guys who I think have been impressive in their own right, 2 very different styles of play. Sampson is that big play, lateral movement, side-to-side type player. Judkins is, I don't want to run around. I'm coming right through you. So those 2 players, I think, can take over the game from the Brown side of the ball. I don't think the Titans have an answer. I am happy slamming the Cleveland Browns this week, which is a disgusting sentence to say out loud.
Dude, I'm right there with you, man. It's in the notes that I was like, I don't know, 65 cents feels like value. We have 3 minutes until the early window kicks off. I'm thinking that we should give people the first opportunity to maybe win some tournament packs here. Again, we're going to be giving away 2 every quarter. The first thing I want to see is, who do you guys think is going to be the number 1 quarterback in quarter number 1? We're going to define quarter number 1, I think, as the first, what do you think, knock 45 minutes? So at 1:45 Eastern, maybe is the cutoff. We'll take a look at who's ranked number 1 on FDF, is how we're going to go by it. And if you are correct, and one of the only 2 people to be correct, you'll win a tournament pack. If there is a few other people, we'll have to do like a spin the wheel kind of thing to make sure that you guys are available there. Gabivimg reposted the stream. Big shout out. Appreciate that.
I will say, as a quick aside, so we had issues with the chat. It looks like X doesn't auto archive chat. So this week, we're learning from our mistakes. We're getting smarter. If you're betting, if you're placing, you're joining the competition, what Sam just mentioned, so who's the highest scoring quarterback at the end of quarter 1 this week, I'm going to need you to comment on my post at ITSGNOC. You're going to run over to my account, comment on the Amplified episode number 2 post, give me your picks. That's where we're going to house them. That is our proof. That is our source of truth. That is what we're going to look back on. And it's timestamped. So I don't want to see you guys come in at 2:15, 2:20 and tell me who you think the best quarterback from quarter 1 is. That's not going to fly. Go comment on my account. Make sure that we've got that set up and ready to go. But yes, that should be a good one. For what it's worth, I don't have a clue who I'm putting up there. I'm looking at the games right now. And to me, it feels like Baker Mayfield and the Bucs are likely going to get ahead early. I would imagine that probably comes through the air. I don't want to touch the Jets and Finns game. I'm not touching the Titans and Browns game. I don't think the Steelers and Ravens is going to be a good quarterback game at all. You know what? Here's what I'll say. I think Josh Allen gets a rushing touchdown in quarter 1. I'm going to go with Josh Allen as the highest scoring quarterback through quarter 1, even though I don't think he's going to place in scoring position this week.
That is bold given that he punted 4 times in the first quarter last week. With that being said, though, we got 2 people picking Jordan Love. Am I crazy, or do the Packers not play in the first window of games here?
Yeah, I believe that the Packers Bears game is 4:05. So you're gonna have
Yeah.
to go to my account and put anybody other than Jordan Love down because that's not gonna fly.
We're gonna have to get a few other picks. You guys can feel free to drop another comment. We'll call that one disqualified. 3 people in the chat, Chris, Storm, and Sam, all immediately saying Lamar, not even hesitating. Not even hesitating. With that being said, my pick for who's gonna be the best FDF quarterback in this first window, I'm gonna take Baker Mayfield, man. Give me Baker. Going up against that lowly Saints offense, I think he pretty good chance that in the first quarter he throws one, maybe two deep balls or a deep post route, and that's an easy 60 yards and a touchdown if that does play out. I see the Ravens Steelers game just about to kick off, which is super exciting. Aaron Rodgers 3-0 against the Ravens as a starter, but hasn't been in that division really ever until this year. So he hasn't played them very many times, given he's been in the NFL like 18 years. Miles Garrett 4 sacks away. We're going to be keeping eyes on that. I wish that we could have like just 10 defensive players or something in FDF. That'd be kind of fun.
I think we ran a DST, so defense and special teams player spot, in one of our fantasy leagues, and it was the year that JJ Watt, I think it was 2013, 2014, where this guy was like 15 sacks a game, 47 tackles, and he was also catching touchdown passes as like a tight end in motion on offense. It was a cheat code, dude. I think it's fun in theory, but man, the chaos. That being said, you might actually get a second overall pick worth of value out of a guy like Travis Hunter, who's playing both sides of the ball. We haven't seen it in real football, but maybe he can do something for you in fantasy.
Peak also saying he's going with Baker Mayfield. You love to see it. Adam jumping in the chat. We love you, Adam. Thanks for all your support, brother. Very excited for this window to kick off. Man, they're still yapping.
Yeah,
102.
we're gonna switch over to the
102.
red zone here so that we can actually watch some football instead of, as much as I love Steve Smith Sr. I don't really care right now.
Isn't it funny? For the longest time, I was thinking, man, I really want to get into football. Like, I literally thought about changing my career to be somebody that deserves to be on the sideline during an NFL game. And then it dawned on me, those guys get to watch a lot of football from like Monday through Friday that I don't. But on Sunday, they do not get to enjoy a red zone. They do
No.
not get to do anything except for focus on the game that they are that is directly in front of them, which I'm sure you know from your time in sports, and also your brother being a Penguins assistant.
Yeah, I think when you're in it, it feels a little less good to watch as a fan across the board. Obviously, like the love of the game changes a little bit too, right? You're now focused a lot more on making sure that your team performs well, that you're doing the things that you need to get done. I can't imagine being a broadcast host who only calls one game on a weekly basis. Like for us, we're chatting all week. We're trying to find what are the storylines, where can we move. I'm channeling my inner Scott Hansen here. I want to be the red zone guy. I want to be the guy who can chat through a bunch of games and watch my Indianapolis Colts
Right.
kick the ball off to the Jacksonville Jaguars right now. That's what we love to see. And look at that. On cue. There's the Bucks.
There it is. Saints gonna get the ball first in that one. And Knock, I just sent you a link. Saints are getting a huge return actually across the 50 up to the 55. That's actually kind of good news for my Baker Mayfield supporters because that means it's going to be a shorter drive. They can't hold the ball for 8 minutes now if they're starting from the 55. We don't care how many times the New Orleans Saints score. We just care what Baker's putting up. But yeah, if you could pull this link up, this is one of the funniest moments that happened last year as we wait for some teams to get into the red zone. And Cincy and Buffalo has snow all over the field. Probably not great for the Jamar Chase owners among us.
I will say this is the funniest clip that we've seen in some time. So audio's coming through. Let's make sure that we can hear it. Looks like memes. Yeah, great. Okay. We're going to roll through this. This is ridiculous. There was just to give a little bit of context, there was some altercation between Jawan Jennings, wide receiver of the 49ers, and Shelby Harris, as well as Miles Garrett on the Browns. There was a little bit of a scuffle at the end of the game, and we get what is maybe the best soundbite of the entire year from it.
Like, I see why he got punched in the nuts, because that's some, like, he said some things that you should not say to another man ever. But like, I don't respect it because you say that, then run behind your O line. That's some real soft shit, and I want that known. I see exactly why they punched you nuts. I'm surprised nobody punched him in the jaw yet. He's a hoe, and I want that known.
Just incredible stuff.
He's a
So my
hoe, and I want that known.
I want that note. Very often it's like these kinds of things are typically seen as, you don't say that out loud, right? Like game is game on the field, and
Yeah.
then very little of it actually makes its way into the post game here. One of my favorite trash talk stories of all time was, I think it was Michael Irvin or Chad Ochocinco, who memorized and recited another player's girlfriend's phone number to him as he was standing across from him. But these are stories that come out like a decade later. It's so rare that right after they're like, that guy's a hoe.
I can't imagine being a reporter in that locker room shortly after the game just to see that happen. You sit there, Shelby, why'd you get in a fight with Jawan Jennings? And he starts the interview with, he's a hoe. Let's move back to the lines really quickly. It looks like this screen has changed, so we'll work to get both numbers there. We can sort of do the math here, but Kalshi, shout out to Kalshi, always improving the product. It looks like they've included the actual score of the games directly now into that browser feed, which is nice to see.
That is great. Also, Sam was asking in the comments just a little bit ago, explaining what these bets and these graphics are. So what exactly we're seeing here is essentially an improvement, in my opinion, and in most people's opinion, on the way that Vegas lines work. So usually at Vegas, you say you're going to get in order to make $100, you have to put $60 down on the Pittsburgh Steelers or something like that. This is actually just live odds that are changing all the time. So in Vegas, they go, hey, the game has started. You're not allowed to place any more bets. But here, you can literally sell your bet at any time or buy your bet at any time, as long as there is liquidity in the market. And then the percentages that you're seeing are the odds that the market is deciding the team will win or lose at. So the Bucks were like 77% to win, and the New Orleans Saints were 23%. Therefore, if you put $100 on the Saints, you would win, what's the quick math, like $460 back or something like that. So we're basically just watching in real time those odds change based on what's happening. Tampa Bay gave up a ton of yards, so we're seeing a slight dip on the bottom right there on Tampa Bay's odds.
It looks to me. Oh, and right there, we just had the first score of the game here. We're gonna pull up. It's Jalen Waddle. Look at that.
It's Jalen Waddle.
Right out of the gate. Let's pull up. I'm gonna pull up the Reddit clip and see if we can get this so we can show this replay here. This was an incredible pass here. And so far, my theory that Tua's not going to be able to pass the ball doesn't look so good. He did get hit, too. He got leveled on the back of that play.
We also got the Saints scoring. This one has a lot less implications because it didn't go to Chris Olave, and therefore doesn't really matter for FootballDotFun, but certainly does matter if you are betting on that game. Crazy work for the Saints to come out and absolutely drive it down their throat. They also overthrew a wide receiver just a little bit, which would have been a touchdown a couple plays earlier. So the Bucs defense looking tough. But
I
again,
actually think that's a good thing for Baker Mayfield and his prospects today as well, right? You want him to come out behind a little bit. Here's that play from Tua we just saw. We'll zoom in here so we can see it. You see at the back end of this play, he gets absolutely rocked. Beautiful pass there to Jalen Waddle.
Tua just calls that a wake up shot. If he doesn't go into the concussion tent, he doesn't even feel it, is what I've heard.
Oh man, we've seen some brutal things out of Tua over the years. We saw another touchdown here in the Jet. Oh yeah, is this the Vikings game? Yeah.
JJ McCarthy. Oh, sorry, JJ McCarthy, the often critiqued quarterback of the Vikings, able to get into the end zone as well. Some early fireworks.
How are we gonna show the touchdown pass and then not show us who did it? There we go. Where does it go? Who did it hit?
It is not Justin Jefferson. So
no.
I don't think it matters for FootballDotFun again. I think it was a tight end. I wasn't able to get his name. The snow game in Buffalo, says Trevor, is going to be interesting. I think the snow makes it even more compelling that 29-cent line for the Bengals is kind of BS. I guess Buffalo does have a better running game, between the fact that they have a great running back in Cooks and then obviously a more mobile quarterback in Josh Allen. So it probably ends up favoring the Buffalo Bills quite a bit. We're going to see Tennessee Titans also making it into the end zone. For the Browns buyers, That's a little bit rough.
Eric Ayo Manor.
Let me ask you, Knock. So we were both saying that the Browns line looked pretty good against the Titans. Now they're down 7. That gives us an even better entry if we haven't entered yet, or if we wanted to double down on it. Are you taking that down 7? Because that means now you have to believe in the Browns offense and not just the Browns defense, which is scary.
I'm taking it down 7. It looks like Daniel Jones just threw a disgusting
Oh.
pick. And you've got Josh Downs making a tackle to sort of save a touchdown there. That is a brutal start for the Indianapolis Colts. Looks like that ball's on the 15-yard line. Yes, I am absolutely still slamming the Browns. I don't love their ability to play from behind. I really don't consider down 1 score 2.5 minutes into the first quarter being behind, right? You got to get your own chance to get your hands on the ball. I think as long as they can put points on the board, whether that be 7 or 3, they're in a really good spot. The Jags are in excellent position here. They, barring disaster here for the Jacksonville Jaguars, they're going to take a 3-0 lead early in this game, which is really good for the line and the bet that you placed earlier today, Sam.
Yeah, I was just looking at that. So the Jags went from 43 cents where I bought it at to 51, 8% swing off the back of that early turnover now in the red zone. Also, the Bengals are driving. We're going to see Chase Brown just getting his handful of touches. That's actually huge for the Chase Brown believers and the James Cook believers. I think there's a good chance that this ends up being 2 of the best running backs of the entire week off the back of being in the snow and them not wanting to move the ball through the air.
And I believe it was Sam in the comments who was asking us earlier, why is this different than, betting against the house, a traditional sports book? I think if you're looking at this Colts Jacksonville game in the bottom left of your screen, this is a great example. You're starting to see that number change. The score still 0-0, but you've seen a flippening of sorts here. It looks like the Jags now at 54%. They started that game well below the Indianapolis Colts. You see them sort of take a nosedive after that pick. Now deep pass into Colts territory. Looks like on the 9-yard line from Brian Thomas Jr. This is something that you'll see later in the show as we bring Dub on, our man for the witching hour. He loves to trade these types of momentum swings. So you're looking at the game. It is not yet a score on the board. There's an anticipation that score is about to happen. Similar thing likely happening right now in this Bengals game. I'm going to see if I can pull that up so we can check on the line there. You can see the Bengals slowly starting to climb towards the Bills. You got to imagine if they score here, I don't think that 41% is truly priced in. A score here, opening the game, eating up 7 minutes off the clock in the first quarter, that's got to bring that number much closer to 50-50.
Yeah, it really does feel that way. Also, it does give me some confidence seeing now the Cincinnati Bengals have thrown the ball 3 or 4 times on this drive and actually gotten some decent 7-10 yard completions, which means to me that they're still going to be feeding Jamar Chase, which has to feel good. 1st and goal now from the 4-yard line, which is going to really be tough for the Bills to stop here. Oh, and Chase Brown just drives it right into the end zone. That's a touchdown and huge for everybody that has him in your starting lineup.
I'm actually looking at mine right now as we're chatting to make sure that I did not leave him on the bench in one of those leagues.
Yeah.
Both
Jaguars.
Sorry, go ahead, Sam.
Jaguars touchdown also to ETN, who's another FootballDotFun running back. Did you have him started? Because I did not, sadly, but it's looking like that would have been a good idea.
I did not, mostly because it's hard for me to believe in the Jacksonville Jaguars offense. That being said, knowing they're playing the Colts wouldn't have been the worst thing in the world here. Let's see what they've run here. See if we can pull these up so you guys can see some of these scoring plays as well. We got a lot of action in the first couple of minutes here. He basically just walks untouched into the end zone there. We're going to pull up the Reddit clips. We're going to switch over there. Got a few things to show you here. Lamar Jackson with a deep ball. Looks like he's targeting Zay Flowers. Is that a catch?
Oh,
it sure is. That ref was
Zay Flowers
emphatic.
Was like the last dude I took off my lineup. Honestly, I had to make one more spot, and I was like, nah, Zay Flowers isn't gonna. And of course, I should have known our secondary in the Steelers absolutely sucks. Here's the question though: Jaguars now from 41 cents to 57. Do I exit or do I hold it from here? What do we think?
I would not be surprised to see the Jags take a 2-score lead here.
Really?
Jones has not been great playing from behind this year. I think, we're seeing, again, we just talked about how it's still early in the game. It's not really playing from behind, but there is a fundamental difference in the way that those games shook out. Jones and the Colts started with that ball, right? They got that ball. That was their turn to kind of take a leg up on the Jags. They throw an interception inside their own 20. I think the momentum swing is Jags. I don't know that they necessarily win the game, but I feel good about holding on to that position a little bit longer here. A whole bunch of teams in the red zone right now. We're going to monitor that. I want to show you this Chase Brown battling through the Bills D-line here for the score.
Insane.
Just looks like he is stopped and just keeps those legs moving. That's something that you're taught from a very, very young age. Keep pumping those legs. This is the pick that we just talked about. Interception, Devin Lloyd. This is brutal. This is a really bad interception here. He's trying to go here. He's not going there. He's sitting right on this man, staring at him. Does not do anything with the eyes to move that off. That's a brutal, brutal interception. And then there was the final play here that we were talking about, Devin Neal. So this is not Keandre Miller. This is another rookie running back, Devin Neal, who kind of comes in on the goal line and punches this in. Looks like he just barely got across there. Looks like there's an injury in that Falcons game. Is that Bijan Robinson?
Oh, no. Say it ain't so, bro. We
Looks
got
a little
Ace
shaky,
in the
but he's in.
chat. Big shout out to Ace, man. He was with us all week or all stream last week, which we really appreciated. Also has a show in his own right. Big FTF fan. Good to have you back. Also, guys, we're going to be joined in 14 minutes by none other than Mr. Hustlepedia. I do believe he's doing some traveling, so give or take a few minutes, but we're super excited to have another amazing, another great Polymarket Kalshi type dude. He's also heavy into FootballDotFun. Unfortunately, he's a Cowboys fan. Probably the biggest knock against him as a human, but otherwise, all around pretty good dude.
We were talking about the perpetual 8-8 hell that the Cowboys were in as we were all growing up. Sam, Johnny, and I are close in age, and when we were in high school, the Cowboys basically, at the beginning of every year, you knew 8 wins, 8 losses. That's the way they're gonna roll it. They're gonna do it a different way every year. Might go 8-0, then 0-8. They might start 4-4, but they're going to end up 8-8. That is the way that it plays out.
Isn't that how she goes? Also, Knock, I wanted to ask if I should be excited or I just should not care that the Steelers were able to sign Adam Thielen from the Minnesota Vikings. Once upon a time, one of the craziest stories in all of sports was this guy going from absolute nobody to arguably one of the best wide receivers in the league for 2 years. Now a Steeler, but kind of washed up. I think he's gotten 6 catches this year or something. Yeah. Bucky Irving also making his way into the end zone for the Bucky believers. I was able to get him into my starting lineup, so feeling good about that too.
There you go. Sam said start every Buccaneer that you can. Baker Mayfield and the Bucs just march the length of the field. Bucky punches one in here out of shotgun. We'll show you that in a second. Listen, this is a terrible trade, right? Moving a 5th and a 4th the following year for a guy who's on the wrong side of 30 is crazy to begin with. Thielen, not only on the wrong side of 30, also a guy who for a few years now has just not been the guy that we saw him be in his mid to late 20s. He is far removed from the best route runner in the NFL. What's funny about this, listen, I think when you're the Steelers, when you have a guy like DK Metcalf and no other real options, you seeing your boy George Pickens going off on Hustle's Cowboys, you need to bring in some depth. And I think Thielen's a pro's pro. He's somebody that's going to come. He'll definitely help to elevate that offense. If for no other reason, just to provide an additional outlet to a guy like Aaron Rodgers. It's a guy that Rodgers will love to pass the ball to. He likes receivers who know how to play the game, know how to run their routes. The thing that made me laugh about this trade, or this request for release, was Thielen saying, hey, listen, obviously this year it's not going to work out. Sam Darnold's now on the Seahawks. JJ McCarthy isn't it. We know for damn sure Max Bosmer, whoever that guy's name was that he started last week, is not it. I've got 1 or 2 years left. I want to go win a Super Bowl. Why are you signing with the Steelers? They might not even win the division. The Steelers are a team who might not even get into the playoffs, Sam, and that's your one last hurrah. Give me a chance to win a Super Bowl. Listen, it's a good ad. I don't know that it's going to do what he thinks it's going to do for him. Here's a deep pass as we're talking. Aaron Rodgers to DK Metcalf. I can't get over the way that guy is built. He is built
Dude.
like a brick shithouse, man. Like, oh my God.
He is built like I'm built in my head.
Dude, this is create your character on Madden. You're 13 years old. You're like, what's the most amount of muscle I can throw on a frame?
That's right, dude. Max that stat out, and then everything else is low. We got Palmer saying he's got 70,000 Bucky Irving shares. Going to cook this week. Everyone slept on him for so long, is what Palmer says. Congrats on that, man. That looks like it's going to play out nicely. Ace also saying he has just under 40K, another 10K sitting in development. Mayfield also got credit for that TD, I do believe. If it's a backward pass, it still counts as a run, but I think it went about a yard forward, which is great for the start everybody on Buccaneers squad. If you were listening to your boy here, Palmer also says wanted to buy more Irving whenever he was 0.007, but talked myself out of it because of all the shares I already had. Damn.
I'll tell you what. Here's something to think about. We saw this from one of our guests that'll be on around 2:30 today. Dan, he is a diehard Bears fan. He had 88K shares, I believe it was, of DeAndre Swift. Swift went off, has an incredible game, and scores him. I believe it was like, how many, what was it, 20K TP or more just from...
He got 40,000 tournament points just from DeAndre Swift because he had like 100K or something. It was crazy.
I think I actually have it here. I'm going to pull it up as we're chatting, Sam. Continue.
Yeah, absolutely disgusting work from Dan. Dan's going to join us a little bit later. Excited to see what he's seeing as well.
So here's the trick, and we'll sort of maybe explain this really quickly as it looks like the Steelers are knocking on the door. Might have an opportunity here for Jaylen Warren. So you are earned both based on your players who are in scoring position. So for quarterbacks, it's your top 3. For wide receivers and running backs, it's your top 5. If your player places in that position, you earn TP based on the number of shares you have. You also earn based on your number of shares relative to the number of people who are starting shares of that player. So you pick somebody like DeAndre Swift, you pick somebody like Bucky Irving, players who maybe people are afraid of, they're coming off of injuries, maybe there's some competition in the Bears. You load up on shares, you end up with 40K TP, which is a ton of legendary packs. Who just scored, Sam?
The Steelers, 4th and 1. We decide to throw a back shoulder fade into the end zone to DK Metcalf, and it looks like it just goes right through his. He did catch it, and then the DB broke it up. So I'll give him that. But man, name a more iconic duo than us having short field and deciding to throw a back shoulder fade that inevitably does not work out. It hurts every single fucking time. Devon A-Chain did make it into the end zone, though. So again, the Dolphins, if you're an A-Chain and Waddle believer, you're being highly rewarded. The Steelers go for it on 4th and 1, rare for Mike Tomlin, and we did manage to get it. Looks like we ran either a fullback or a tight end up the gut and got like 3 yards out of it.
It's a big boy there for sure. They're running the tush push with Aaron Rodgers standing back. Okay, we have roughly 20 minutes left before we close it on this initial TP legendary pack giveaway. If you've got a guess for your quarterback who scored the most points after quarter 1, you're going to go look for this at ITSGNOC on Twitter. You're going to comment the name of that quarterback. If you're one of the top 2 people, or if you're one of 2 people who get it right, you're going to have the opportunity. We are not just using the chat. Twitter does not archive chats, so we're going to have to use this a little bit as well here.
I put the name in the chat as well for anybody that isn't able to gather that. Also, guys, we're having a little bit of trouble getting the stream live on FootballDotFun today. So if you could do us a favor, share it with your friends that you know were watching last week, maybe on that stream, and let them know that they can come over here, either to my account or to Knox, and hang out with us, win some tournament packs, etc. We would really appreciate that. And speaking of knocking on the door, the Steelers are inches away from making it into the end zone. Also, the Colts and Jags game is heating up just a little bit. The Vikings too.
Oh yeah. The Bills, one thing that we did miss, Bills were stopped. They had to kick field goal here. Here's Devon A-Chain on a big play into the end zone there. This is Josh Allen getting nowhere on a QB sneak. Let's see that from the beginning. Not sure that that's a QB sneak from shotgun, but that is a lot of Bengals jerseys there. So that would have been 4th down. Stop. They had to kick it. Steelers
And
here are running a ridiculously weird looking play. Aaron
Aaron
Rodgers.
Rodgers gonna scramble
my
for it.
God.
Let's go, baby.
All right, we're going to have to show
Let's
that in a second
go.
here. Looks like the Colts are on the verge. What's happening here? Tyler Warren gets hit. Showing us in
God, you'd love
slow-mo
to
of a
see it.
tackle. Super strange. Bucky Irving here. Let's see this. So we said that this was so this is like a little bubble screen here. Bucky Irving. So that counts there as your
Just
Baker Mayfield
walks in.
touchdown pass. As we had mentioned, the Colts literally on the 1 yard line. And it looks like Taylor does enough to get in. So if you started Jonathan Taylor and Devon A-Chain like we told you to, that's 2 touchdowns, 1 for each of them. Just 8 minutes into the first quarter. This was interesting. So we talked about this last week, but we want to touch on this again. There's a really interesting way in fantasy in general, and it works to some degree in FDF, called stacking players. Now, Sam sort of alluded to this at the beginning of the show. I'm just starting every Buccaneers player, largely because I think Baker's going to send the ball to them. This touchdown pass, if you were starting both Baker and Bucky, is worth, instead of the 4 for Baker and the 6 for Bucky, you get a combined, essentially get to double dip, right? You get 10 total points for the touchdown from those 2 players being in your lineup, and you double dip on the yards. You get both passing yards and receiving yards for Bucky Irving, meaning you get more points out of just simply having those 2 players in together there.
It's tasty stuff, man, but I'm still reeling over the fact that you told me don't sell that Jacksonville share. It'll be fine. They'll go up 2 scores. Here I am looking like a fool all the way back down from 57%, now at 44%, basically at the opening odds. Pittsburgh now at 41, 42. It's bouncing up and down from originally, I think I bought 29 or 30. And then Cincy also at a 45% chance. So I'm feeling pretty good across the board. All 3 of my underdogs that I took now feeling like they have a pretty good chance. I do get the sense that maybe I should exit this Cincinnati bet because I feel like at some point Buffalo always manages to string like 2 good drives back to back. So I could see this easily being, 17-7 or something going into halftime. But I'm going to see what Cincinnati does on this drive before I see if I should move that. Jamar Chase still
Big
eating,
catch.
man.
Yeah.
Still eating.
Looks like there's a lot. I want to see this Vikings Commanders game. So that was the line that I called at the beginning of the game, or beginning of the stream rather. Didn't look great. JJ McCarthy heard what I said, took it to heart, and has now come out and scored. I saw something here. I have not watched this clip yet. I want to raise it just because it says Ty Johnson busts loose, but gets caught by the turf monster.
Okay. Consider me intrigued.
He just literally falls. Not hurt. Wait, did he fumble that ball? Oh, no.
Oh,
Call him
no.
down by contact there. Yeah. It blows my mind that year in, year out, we see these types of conditions in Buffalo. They're building a new stage. The Pagula family, who also owns the Buffalo Sabres in the NHL, managed to convince the city, let's build a new stadium, but we're not going to put a roof on this one. I mean, this is a team who on multiple occasions over the course of the year has to call in fans to shovel snow off the field. They're building a $3 billion stadium, and they're like, nah, surely a roof is not required here.
It's iconic, man. It's iconic. I love it.
We're going to see if we can bring our friend Hustle in here. Sam, as I just message him on the side.
Yeah, one of the things I'm looking at here too is Seattle. Seattle now 4th and 1. They're going to go for it. Looks like they're doing a tush push, but it might have been is either a false start or an encroachment. We're going to see which way it goes. Oh man, it is encroachment. So they get a freebie on 4th and 1, get a brand new set of downs. That's huge for Seattle. But I keep looking at this team, and every week I expect them to fall into a trap. I think the Falcons, the Browns, this, that. It feels like eventually there's no way they can keep putting up 30 a game and just kind of like coasting past teams, especially in the first year of an offense. Sam Darnold's still kind of figuring it out. As the
Big
Dolphins,
Jets, yeah.
absolutely ridiculous interception. But Seattle continuously seems to be more solid than I'm giving them credit for. I can't bet on them because every week I go, no, it's this is the week.
Listen, for what it's worth, I'll give you the devil's advocate here. JSN, Jackson Smith and Jigba, has been just a wrecking ball, a one-man demolition crew against any secondary that he plays. And I think we can put this to rest. It is official. Sam Darnold is that guy. Huge Cam Ward interception as we're talking here.
Yeah.
This looks like it one man to beat. He's unable to get past the O lineman. That looked like he could have gone back to the house. So here you go. There's an opportunity now for the Browns to tie this up. I think you've got a really interesting supporting cast in Seattle. The defense is disgusting. One of the best Ds in the NFL. That secondary, I don't want to say it out loud, but it gives me, shades of Legion of Boom 2013 through 2015. They look good, and they're getting a lot of contribution from rookie players here. Looks like Seattle is on the 11-yard line. First and goal.
Another penalty. This one looks like it is going to go against Seattle. Back them up a little bit. Jackson Smith-Njigba is the only Seahawks player available in FTF, right?
I do believe so, yeah.
But he is like the number one wide receiver. So
by a wide margin. By a wide margin.
Dusk asking, did we get last week's giveaway done? Picked 8 out of 8 on the winning team. My God. If that's true, my sincere apologies. We had a little bit of trouble. We're going to keep saying this throughout the show. Unfortunately, it turns out that Twitter does not keep historical chat logs. So the plan was to go back through the live stream where everything was timestamped and we had all the chat, do the giveaways from that. Unfortunately, we got rugged as bad as you did. And my sincere apologies. This week, we're going to do it a little bit differently. We're telling you guys to go comment right here where Ace so graciously linked Knox comment. We're going to have some predictions going live again in about 15 minutes. We've got another 15 to finish up. Oh, Phil also recording chat for us just in case. Appreciate you, brother. You are the man.
Looks like we've got Hustle in. I'm going to see. So we set this up. He's going to be on his phone here. We set him up. Let's see if this works. Let's bring up the Hustle cam. All right, we're gonna go back to just you and I. Our beautiful faces. We try to get Johnny up here. Give me one second.
Right. Darius Slay. This was actually one of the better stories of the week too. Darius Slay going, I want to play football, but not for those guys. Just one of my favorites.
Johnny, you are go back to the way that you had it. Now you're upside down. Yeah, right there. Beautiful. Oh
no.
You gotta lock your screen. So Johnny and I earlier today we were trying to get him on. There we go. If we can keep right there. All right, I'll unmute you now. See what we got you. Johnny, can you hear us?
All right. What's up, boys?
How's it going, brother?
I'm good. How about y'all?
Doing great, man. How you feeling after that Cowboys versus Lions game? You guys put up 30, which we knew they would, but unfortunately gave up 44 in the process.
I see it every season, man. It's okay. Doesn't shock me. Like I told Knock this morning, man. Every time we show promise, you just have to be ready to be let down.
That's right, man. As a Steelers fan, I have learned the past decade to never take the fool's gold. At some point, we were able to break through, in the early 2000s. However, since then, it has been nothing but 11 wins and severe disappointment.
Yeah, Steelers are the same team every year, just like the Cowboys. So I feel you.
Sam, yeah, we are hearing from Andy Max on the YouTube chat that Kenneth Walker, obviously also a player available from the Seahawks on FDF. I want to talk through two really quick things. One, this Darius Slay piece is hilarious to me. Gets claimed by the Bills, sees the state of that Bills secondary, says, I'm probably too old to continue playing football. Not sure that I want to do this. Reminiscent of Vontae Davis, who famously retired from the NFL at halftime for the Buffalo Bills. Truly the funniest thing that I've ever seen. I saw this happen with Darius Slay. Makes me laugh to watch that sort of play out. We're seeing Mike Gesicki come down with an incredible pass or a catch here for the Bengals, moving that ball along. Johnny, one of the things that we were arguing about or having a conversation about earlier before the show started or just in the beginning of the show here was the Bills and Bengals. Obviously, we talk a little bit about how the Steelers are the same team. They haven't won a playoff game in like the last 10 years. They've had some trouble since Big Ben is no longer been their guy, rotating carousel of QBs. We talked about the Ravens not playing to the degree that we want. And right on cue, T. Higgins scores a touchdown for the Bengals to bring them up 14-3. Our question is this. God. I seem to believe and I do believe that the Bengals are going to win the AFC North. I think they're going to make the playoffs through that division. Do you think that the Steelers or Ravens are good enough to hold off what looks like a surging Bengals team? T. Higgins is back. Joe Burrow is back. That team is scoring at will.
Um, do I think the Bengals are the best team in that division? Right now, I do. But it's like last season, too little, too late. At the end of last year, I think the Bengals were clearly. I think they were better than the Ravens at the end of last year, to be completely honest with you. But they missed the playoffs by one game. I think it was like a tiebreaker type of thing, if I remember. So to me, it's almost like a repeat. If they had Joe Burrow all season, I don't think it'd really be a question, especially considering the fact that Lamar Jackson's not even healthy. So yeah, I think it's maybe a case of too little, too late. I love the Bengals. If they were healthy all season, I think they'd be a pretty scary team in a wide open AFC for the first time in a while. I mean, KC is not the same KC we've been watching for the last 4 to 5 years. So it's a shame that the one year it does feel like the AFC is pretty winnable. They had the quarterback issues really with the health problems.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, and again, it shows the importance of that position, right? A quarterback, being a Colts fan, one quarterback changes the entire outlook of that team, and Joe Burrow happens to be pretty good at the quarterback position.
He's decent at the position.
There's actually though. Wait, knock. Okay, I found this, and
I do have it.
On
I'll
the back of that.
tee it up. I'm gonna find that. I opened up every single tab that we sent in the pre-show. I need to find this thing. Yeah, I switched to Opera browser. Peyton, shout out Peyton, a good friend of the show, a good friend of ours, has told me never to do it like I did last week, where there's just 57 instances of Chrome because my computer might melt. So let me sort through these tabs.
Yeah,
kick it off.
Joe Frischella asked the question: does good quarterback play even matter anymore? Caleb Williams, 24th in passer rating, behind Michael Penix Jr. and Kyler Murray, and Justin Fields, who was just benched for Tyrod Taylor on the New York Jets, and yet the Bears are the best record in the NFC. Brock Purdy, also for the San Francisco 49ers, 26th in passer rating. Bo Nix, 32nd in passer rating, and the Broncos are 10-2. So what's going on with these guys that are terrible at the position, seemingly still getting the job done, which is completely against the narrative that we've been saying in football for at least 15 years now?
Yeah, Johnny, give me out of this list here. We got Caleb Williams, Brock Purdy, Bo Nix, Trevor Lawrence, and then he uses Goff, Dak, Mahomes as the examples, not being in the playoffs currently. What do you think those first three guys are doing, or first four guys are doing a little bit differently than some of the perennial best quarterbacks in the league that we've seen over the last decade or so?
Literally all of them, it's coaching. I mean, Ben Johnson comes in and has those. Are the Bears a good team? What did Oliver? I think it was Oliver that said it. He's a Bears fan, right? He said, "Are we a good team? No. Do we somehow pull it out somehow every single week? And are we fun to watch? Yeah." I think that Ben Johnson's a great coach. I think that Liam Cohen, I think's his name, for the Jacksonville Jaguars. He's really turned the culture around there, especially coming off of. I don't think that their last regime was too promising. And then also with who was the third one there? Bo Nix. Bo Nix. Sean Payton's not a great coach. I think that defense is carrying that team, to be completely honest with you. But I don't know. I mean, coaching goes a long way. And a lot of those teams that you mentioned with the quarterbacks and Kyle Shanahan, I mean, absolute dog of a coach. So to me, all of that is game plan and scheme. You can cover up a bad quarterback and make him a bus driver with a good scheme if you really need to, you know.
And it's a great point. You know, we talk about coach of the year, and I think a lot of the front runners are likely some combination of these three guys. And you're looking at Mike Vrabel in New England, you're looking at Ben Johnson in Chicago, and you're looking at Kyle Shanahan, to your point, in San Francisco, a team that is still currently in a playoff spot despite everybody and their mother being on the IR at some point over the course of the season. Coaching does a lot here. Sam, I'll go a step further. I'll say one of the things that I think we're seeing out of these guys who are playing for these teams is that they're doing what's asked of them. We're seeing Kyler Murray is a great example of this. Kyler Murray is done for the year, likely done for his career in the Arizona Cardinals. And that is a quintessential case of a guy with a ton of talent, all of the talent in the world, ridiculous amount of athleticism, makes a lot of off-scheduled plays, freelances a little too frequently. And I think when you look at guys like Caleb Williams and Brock Purdy and Bo Nix, what they do incredibly well is exactly what they're supposed to be doing. They run the play that is called, they understand the plays that are called, and they execute there. And I agree with you, Johnny. I'll take it even a step further than you did with Bo Nix. I think the Broncos win in spite of Bo Nix, not because of him. And I think that you take any of the other top 12 quarterbacks in the NFL, you put them on that Broncos team, and they're winning the Super Bowl 3 years in a row. That defense is ridiculous. One of the best rosters in the NFL.
I got a couple of quick updates here, boys. I'm exiting Jacksonville. They went back up to 57 cents. I like that for a quick payout. I'm keeping Cincinnati and Pittsburgh a little bit longer. Pittsburgh was driving. They might end up having to punt here. The Buffalo Bills just look terrible to this point, and I'm buying Washington at 22 cents. They're down 1 touchdown to the Minnesota Vikings, who none of us had faith in, and they are absolutely juiced at 22 cents. I think there's a lot of game left.
I'm going to say something that I think is maybe a little crazy here, but it appears, at least through 11 minutes of this Vikings-Commanders game, that maybe the concussion actually fixed J.J. McCarthy. He looks like an NFL quarterback out there. He is making some throws with anticipation. He's hitting his targets. This is not the guy. It's a reverse concussion this guy received. Who knows what's going on there? Josh Allen just made, I'm going to pull it up. I don't know if you're going to be able to see it. He just made the worst pass attempt of the entire week, for sure. Screen pass to the flats, throws this ball about 15 yards ahead of James Cook. We were talking a little bit, Sam, about the snow and how we thought maybe that would give an opportunity for the Bengals and the Bills, to be fair, to run the ball a little more frequently. And yet it looks like so far early in this game, the ball's actually been going through the air a lot more frequently. Do you think that that's because of the slippery nature of the snow? What's going on there? Were we just completely off with that read?
Dude, I don't fucking know. There's better quarterback play with that touchdown that T. Higgins caught was one of the most beautiful pass catches I've seen all year. Just barely squeaks past the defender, toe tap in the snow, manages to secure the ball the way through, completes the process of the catch, whatever the fuck. And I just can't believe that we're seeing it here. Buffalo is going to go for it on 4th and 4, or at least they're posturing as if they're going to. They do snap the ball. Josh Allen, pressure on the quarterback. He squeaks out, throws downfield, and manages to get it. Huge play to Gabe Davis, who you were mentioning earlier.
Absolutely blasted on the sideline there too. I want to see if we can pull up a couple of these scores, get caught up a little bit, and make sure that we're staying up to date. So here's Jalen Wright. Miami up 21-0 early in that game.
Stealing it. I
mean, it's the Jets, like
our boy.
Yeah, we were saying earlier, right, Johnny? This is the perfect example of movable force and stoppable object. Daniel Jones is down and slamming his helmet, and with that, probably so is the Indianapolis Colts season. Oh, this is
that the same leg or a different leg?
I don't know, but it was non-contact, and he grabbed the back of his heel. That might have been his Achilles that just popped.
No way.
Yeah, sure does look like it. Ooh, that is it for the Colts. Well, we thought we got buried last week. We were definitely getting buried now. Sam, I got to stop wearing Colts gear. 2 episodes of Amplified, 2 terrible things have happened in the Indianapolis Colts. That is just brutal. Let's continue walking through some of this. I don't think we've seen this. You walking into the end zone there. This is Jacoby Myers retaking the lead here for the Jags just a minute ago. We just saw a huge play on the side of the Browns. I don't know if it was an interception or a kick return. They got a shoelace tackle basically on the 2-yard line. They're right there ready to go. Johnny, talk to us a little bit about the NFC East and what you see going on in that division. I know it's a little tricky this year. The Eagles don't look great. The Commanders were, a lot of high hopes coming into the season. But obviously with Jaden Daniels going down, we haven't seen a whole ton of this. I think the big thing that people were looking at was the Giants. Obviously that team has fallen apart. Do you feel good being a Cowboys fan right now? Do you think the path is clear?
This year or in the future?
I want this year, and give me the next year as well for season 2026. But this year, do they get into the playoffs?
It's crazy to say. It's not impossible. The Eagles are playing the worst football they've played in quite some time. They could absolutely lose to the Chargers tomorrow night on Monday Night Football, which still leaves an opportunity for the Cowboys. I'm going to say the Cowboys missed the playoffs this year. I think the NFC, it's going to be one of those cases of that tie is going to haunt us. Like an extra win in the win column, that tie against the Packers is really going to hold us down, and has to this point. Every single time it looks like we're right there, you just see that tie in the column, and it's like, well, that's not going to help us when it comes to the playoff time and in standings. I mean, look, do I think the Cowboys are good enough to make the playoffs? Yeah, but it's not going to happen. You can't lose a week 3 game against the Bears. You can't lose, in my opinion, the Bears weren't hitting their stride yet. So you can't lose that game to a new coach. You know, Caleb Williams was definitely not in full form at that time. You can't lose to Jacoby Brissett and the Arizona Cardinals. There's just a few losses on the schedule that are inexcusable at the end of the day, and that's going to hold us back from the playoffs. Similar to my Texas Longhorns, man. You can't lose to Florida. It doesn't matter how good the wins are. You can't lose to Florida. That held us back. So same thing for my NFL team.
I think you brought up something that's really interesting. That tie, we've seen it kill teams in the past. It happened to my Colts 2 or 3 years ago. You saw it happen with the Packers a few years back. I think when these things sort of happen, when you leave points on the table, it almost feels like I would have rather walked out of there with a loss, because at least I don't have that false sense of hope. A tie has almost never been the breaker for a team, right? And I think that that's going to be really tricky for the Cowboys. That being said, you got to feel good about the acquisition of George Pickens and the combination of Pickens and CeeDee Lamb. They look incredible together.
Just a matter of how much money we have to pay Pickens to stay with us. That's going to be the problem.
It's going to be a disgusting contract. And if they weren't willing to pay for Micah Parsons, it's going to be hard to pay for a wide receiver that's essentially had like 2 decent years and 1 very, very good year, especially whenever you have to pay for CeeDee Lamb as well. Knock, it is 1:45. Time to check on who's going to win those tournament packs, or at least timestamp it for now.
Yeah,
Khalil Shakir for the Buffalo Bills on 4th and 4 gets the touchdown. Huge implications there.
Right,
I have
on
Shakir
the buzzer there as well.
personally.
Let's pull this up. I mean, that's going to do something for Josh Allen here, right? So I don't know. Let's give this a quick refresh just to make sure we've got the most up-to-date. So obviously Dak played on Thursday night, still sitting in that first place. Jared Goff was the other quarterback who played in that position. As it stands right now, Baker Mayfield is the highest scoring quarterback as of 1:45 p.m. Eastern. We're going to give this a second just to see if this Josh Allen piece pulls up. He did.
Your boy picked Baker Mayfield for the Baker believers out there. God bless.
Let's pull that up. I believe we're going to have Baker Mayfield here. I don't think Josh Allen's going to get ahead. How long of a touchdown pass was it, Sam? I missed it.
It looked like it was about 15 yards. I'm not 100% sure.
Hey, I'll tell you what. It was exactly 0.2 points, so I think your 15 yards is spot on. He passes Baker Mayfield by exactly 0.2 points. I believe, and we're going to have to check with our friends at FDF, but I'm the only one who got it right.
Dang,
so, I guess that's a point for Knock here. Josh Allen in first position, Baker Mayfield in second, Lamar Jackson in third place at the quarterback position with just 2.8 fantasy points. That is a brutal, truly disgusting first quarter for the field, especially considering how many of these guys are playing right now. That's pretty insane.
The Jets with a glimpse of hope as they run a punt return back for a touchdown.
So, Johnny,
Browns in scoring position.
While we have you, we've got quite a few games this week that have some serious playoff implications. Obviously, we talked about the Steelers and the Ravens at the beginning of the show. We talked about the Colts and the Jags. I think to some degree, people are looking at what's happening in the NFC as well. Of the games this week, whether that's in the 1 o'clock slot or at all, what is the most interesting game to you? And which game are you paying the most attention to being a Cowboys fan?
The game I'm paying the most attention to as a Cowboys fan is absolutely Eagles and Chargers tomorrow night. Obviously, Bears-Packers has a lot of divisional implications. I think that's the biggest game of the week, personally.
Yeah.
And also, if the Texans win tonight, they actually assert a pretty good path moving forward to maybe take the AFC South away from the Colts, especially with their lingering maybe quarterback issues. And then on top of that, we'll see what happens with the Jaguars. I just have very little faith in Trevor Lawrence, and the Texans' defense is really good. So if the Texans beat the Chiefs tonight, also the Chiefs might not make the freaking playoffs. Who would have thought that? at the beginning of this season. So, I mean, obviously, I think those 3 games are the premier. But I want to see, what are the Bears made of? I feel like a lot of the Bears wins aren't against premier talent, other than maybe the Eagles win recently, which was definitely a prove-it game. So if they can knock off the Packers, that'd be huge. And especially, I think that would pretty much validate the fact that the Bears are real, because the Packers just own the Bears over the last 15 years.
Yeah, you bring up 2 really good games that I want to dive a little bit deeper on as well. 2 games with massive playoff implications. So the Chiefs have to win out. A loss here at this stage of the game, they're likely not making it. This Colts game and the Texans game are 2 really interesting games because the AFC South is in flux, and all 3 of those teams, with the exception of the Colts over the Chiefs, hold the tiebreaker on every other team in the hunt in the AFC. So in a world in which the Jags lose this game, they beat out the Chiefs, the Chargers, and pretty much everybody else who's going to be in that wild card spot for the wild card position because of the tiebreaker. So I think that game has massive implications. To your point, that Eagles-Chargers game affects both conferences pretty significantly. We see Sam taking a picture of something. I'm going to dive into what that is in a second here. But I think the Chargers win. They're in a really good spot to maybe even win the AFC West, right? They have a path on the Broncos. They're closer. They bring that within 1 game, 1.5 games. They lose that. They're now fighting for a wild card position. Really interesting spot. On the flip side, the Eagles have lost 2 games in the last 10 days. They're coming into their 3rd game by Monday against a team that is playing a quarterback with a broken hand. They take that loss. That's 3 straight L's, really bad performances. Maybe that's your path for the Cowboys, right? They win through the division. The Eagles start to slow down. Or you're not even worried about that. For you, it's like, let's just get out of here with a couple of good games before the season's over.
I don't drink the Kool-Aid on the Cowboys, man. I never like to drink the Kool-Aid. I've seen like 2 playoff wins my whole life, so no faith.
Sam, talk to us about what was going on the phone there.
Oh man, just some guys doing wild shit outside my window. It's not even football related. There's a guy like, I don't know, borderline like breakdancing on his knees, but it was clearly drug related. I thought it was a better neighborhood than that, but we're holding on by a thread. With that being said,
maybe
Johnny,
he's a Jets fan. He watched that punt return touchdown.
Johnny, you also have a Kalshi related show where you've been placing some bets in. I saw you doing some Trump mention markets, and you're also doing some sports. Talk to us about that show and get people pumped for it.
Yeah, for sure. We're doing some, content a couple times a week, a couple live streams, as well as some just normal videos going over strategy, how I'm approaching some of these markets. And honestly, like, really just trying to show people you can find an edge, trading all of these different things, sports, entertainment, culture, music. You can find everything for every type of person. So for me, it's been sports and mention markets, as you just mentioned. I did not want to drop the double mention word there, but I couldn't think of another one. But yeah, it's going to be a good time, and we're going to have you guys on and give some predictions and just kind of go over the market. There's actually a big one I'm on today across a lot of these games on Kalshi. So on Kalshi today is the first week that every single NFL game has mention markets. So in the previous weeks, it's only been the primetime games that have the mention markets. This week, if you look at the mentions, it's all of them. So what I did today, when I woke up, I kind of browsed through a bunch of these mentions, and I looked at the ones with playoff implications. So Bills, Bengals, Bears, Packers, Chiefs, Texans. And one of the words on all of these markets that's similar is schedule. Because every single one of these games, they are going to mention the remaining schedule for both of the teams in those games. I feel like the yes on schedule, on playoff, implication games this week is one of the best edges you could find. It's typically priced around 70 to 80%, which is high. But how do they not look at both teams? Here's the Bills' schedule moving forward, and there's no way that's not mentioned in these playoff implication games. So now that it's more than just the primetime game, I feel like there's a really good spot there for playoff implication games on the word schedule.
That's fantastic, Alpha. And just on cue, DK Metcalf catches a bomb downfield for the second time in the first half. My God, dude,
Big
what
hat
is
from
this?
Johnny, we Sam and I talked about the schedule and what we have coming up. And if Sam and I can do it, surely a multi-billion-dollar broadcast can talk to me about strength of schedule and what's happening next. It's crazy to me that they
Exactly.
win. So
Exactly.
let's actually talk about schedule for a second. I wanted to talk to you about the two teams at the top of the AFC, and we know we've had you for a while, so give us this, and we'll let you go.
That's all good.
But we've got two teams at the top of the AFC, the Denver Broncos and the New England Patriots. These two teams have wildly different schedules to end the season. The Broncos still have to get through the Packers, the Jags, the Chiefs, and will finish Week 18 against the Chargers. And if you look at the Patriots on the flip side, what they've got is a lot less than that. What they have is the Buffalo Bills, which should be a tight one. You've got the Ravens, which is a good game. And then you're ending your season against the Jets and the Dolphins. That should be 2 free wins to end the season here. You got to figure their path to the AFC Championship, at least as the 1 seed, is the strongest case there is in the AFC as it stands, right?
Yeah. So for me, I'm going to go ahead and say it, and I think this is probably a widespread opinion. I think that the Patriots are going to falter in the playoffs. They're going to fold like a pancake. I don't know if pancakes fold. They're going to fold like a flapjack. All right. That schedule. I saw a tweet the other day. It was brilliant. It was like, here's the draft order as it stands, and the top like 15 picks. They've played like 9 of the worst teams in the league out of their 10 wins or whatever the case is. That strength of schedule, I don't know. Like, you're going to put that team up against battle-tested quarterbacks, great defenses in the playoffs. I'm not saying the Patriots aren't good, but I think that record's a little bit vanity versus the product on the field. But they're going to be the 1 seed in the AFC. How do they not? That schedule's, easy as it gets. And like you said, the Broncos, it's a harder path to end the season. I don't see a way that Bo Nix will lose them a couple games, in my opinion.
So we've talked about this a lot. And I think one of the things that people look at, we talk about how the AFC East or sort of the AFC in general is wide open, right? For the first time in a long time, the Bills don't look good. The Chiefs look almost bad. The Ravens actually do look bad. Those are the perennial powerhouses in this conference. They all look terrible. At the top of the division or the top of the conference, you have 2 second-year quarterbacks leading their teams. Do you think either of those guys has what it takes, the experience, the strength, whatever, to take this team to the championship? And as we're talking right now, Jonathan Taylor just fumbles the ball. Jaguars overtake that. I told you they were going to go up 2, Sam. I've spent enough time watching the Colts play in Duval. Bad things happen in Duval.
Oh, man, absolutely brutal. The quarterback goes down, then your best player fumbles, especially because it was the only bet that I exited was the one that now the Jags, I'm sure, are skyrocketing in value between those 2 things.
Johnny, talk to me. Do you think that those 2 guys, the young quarterbacks, do you have faith in those teams?
The Broncos defense can win them any given game. Yeah. I mean, especially if PS2 is fully healthy. I think that's a real possibility. They're well coached. I mean, Sean Payton has the experience as a coach. And then, Vrabel's a great coach as well. He made the Titans relevant for like 5,
Took
6
them to the
years.
AFC Championship game, right?
Yeah, every single year the Titans were, they were unfortunately getting bounced by the Patriots first round a lot, but it happens. In my opinion, I think that both teams have what it takes in a weak AFC. The problem would be who they're going to play in the NFC. I think that the Rams with Matthew Stafford, or if the Eagles pull it together, I think that's the type of game that those quarterbacks are going to run into issues against great defense, really well coached teams, and guys that have done it before. So it's not going to be about them as much as who they're going to have to go up against in the Super Bowl. It's kind of like those early Pat Mahomes, Tom Brady matchups. It might be a close game, but the guy who's done it is going to outlast the guy who's new on the scene until their time comes. That's my opinion this season. I think the NFC teams are so much. I don't know. I think the NFC wins the Super Bowl this year. I don't know
about the Rams right now. You got to feel good about the Rams and the way that they've looked. Although relatively bad week. I was going to say relatively bad week last week, but they look good.
So, on a betting edge, and I'm sure and Sam, you probably know this, but when a West Coast team travels across the country to play a noon game, which for them is 9 a.m. On West Coast time, traditionally speaking, teams struggle with that. So I think that's probably an outlier. And I would 100% assume that the Rams bounce back on the road in Arizona today pretty easily.
It's as we're talking here, you talk about who's done it before, and we've seen a different version of the Broncos defense take the corpse of Peyton Manning to the Super Bowl, right? And I think at this stage, for as much as I dislike Bo Nix, he's better than Peyton Manning was that year for sure. And we're seeing now the defense is not quite as strong, but to your point, there's a saying in football, and there's a saying for a reason, and it's defense wins championships, right? And these are the sort of things that you want to see. Now, there's an inverse saying which says the best defense is a good offense. So I don't know who's going to end up winning out the battle of the sayings here, but I do agree with you. I think if you look at these two young quarterbacks, if you look at any of the young quarterbacks around the NFL right now, you got to feel the best about the situation that Bo Nix is in with the talent around him, even if you're a little concerned about him as a player and Sean Payton as the coach. Massive interception on the Bucks. Maybe the worst. I said earlier today, Josh Allen had the worst pass attempt we're going to see all week. This outdoes it by a mile. I'm going to see if I can pull this up so that Johnny can see it.
Incredible.
But
we also saw Travis Etienne break off a 22-yarder. So now he has 2 touchdowns. Definitely going to be one of these scoring running backs, even just off the first half for this week.
I'm hoping Achane has a little bit of stat padding at the end here. I picked up a lot of Achane shares.
Yeah,
as we're
the
talking
garbage
about that,
time runs do seem likely.
and here you go. Here's your really quick look at what we've got right now as it stands. I realize that I just sent Johnny the shadow room, so we'll bring him right back.
That's okay.
We got Etienne in second place off the backs of that long touchdown run. We saw Devon Achane in fourth place, only 0.1 points back of Javonte Williams. You gotta imagine that he ends up the day probably around that second or third spot. Bucky Irving in that top 5, and then just on the outside, we're seeing Chase Brown, Jonathan Taylor, Bijan Robinson. Keep in mind, Taylor has lost his quarterback. Bijan Robinson looked to come up a little bit lame after the back of a tackle. Looked like a little bit of a hip drop tackle, and he was grabbing that back ankle. So we'll see whether or not he's healthy. And then Chase Brown is playing on a sheet of ice. So you got to feel good about the spot that Devon Achane and to your point, Sam, Travis Etienne looking really good throughout the first half of this game.
Yeah, I'm also going to cash out my Bengals here at 55% because T. Higgins unfortunately just went down, most likely with a concussion. We'll see. They might pull him out of the tent, but he did the stiff arms, head pounded on the frozen grounds, made an incredible catch out of bounds. But yeah, I don't like the chances. I'm going to see if they score here because they're about an inch away. I think they will, and then I'm going to try to exit.
Chase Brown on the goal line here. That fencing response, I just saw the clip, looks terrible. Anytime you see a guy with his arms up like this,
yeah,
he's not in a good spot.
Cooked. And you have to think too about the optics, the NFL. Like if they let that guy back in the game after showing that kind of sign, and then something happens, like that's a PR nightmare. So I think the blue tank guys inevitably are just going to say, "Hey, it's time to sit this one out." That's tough because Higgins just got back from injury. Their offense was looking spectacular, even in the crappy conditions. We see the Vikings are driving, but a big sack from Washington, maybe going to keep that game kind of close. Von Miller, I didn't even know Von Miller was on the Redskins, or sorry, the Commanders. Crazy, man.
There are some crazy things happening in this game. So we've got Leonard in, former quarterback in Notre Dame. This is the guy we spoke about last week, Sam. In for the Colts, just escapes the pocket, makes a big play, brings them into the Jaguar side of the field. There's Alec Pierce there, if you can see that replay. We talked a lot about how we felt good about the Commanders with Jaden Daniels coming back. They're down 14-0 to JJ McCarthy. That reverse concussion doing well for the Vikings. It's crazy how little has gone on in that game. We've seen them twice over the course of the first hour and a bit here of the games.
Oh, we got to pick another thing for people to predict for some tournament packs. Johnny, maybe help us out here. What do you think? Next wide receiver listed on FDF to get a touchdown. Maybe next quarterback to throw a touchdown on FDF. What's sticking out to you?
Throwing's boring. next wide receiver to make a catch. You know, there's going to be a quarterback to throw one in the next like 10 minutes.
That's right.
But what about a wide receiver listed that makes a touchdown catch? I think that's more interesting.
All right, we are 2:03 p.m. Eastern. You're going to go to the same link. You're going to go to my account. You're going to comment the name of the wide receiver who's going to catch the next touchdown pass. If you're right, you're going to win a legendary pack here. You have to comment on the Twitter post because, like we've been saying all episode, X does not archive chat logs, and we made that mistake last week. We're not going to make that mistake this week. Couple teams in scoring position. Couple of teams with FDF supported wide receivers in scoring position. It'll be interesting to see who shakes this up. Looks like the Browns here take a sack. Oh, they get out. Ball off to Jerry Jeudy. Fumbles it. What a weird game. This Browns-Titans game. We talked about this.
It's snowing now, too?
Yeah, it's snowing in Cleveland. I don't know, man. This is a tragic look at the Indianapolis Colts right now. I know we talked about this last week. Johnny, I had to take my Darius Leonard jersey off halfway through the game last week. We're up 20-9 over the Chiefs. Absolutely implode, begin to fall apart. I shouldn't have worn this sweater because apparently I just killed Daniel Jones. Let me ask you, that team goes down. There's no quarterback. We're done. That is a Texans-Jaguars division now. Do you agree?
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, without Daniel Jones, I mean, I don't. People are just going to continue to stack the box against Jonathan Taylor. The run game's going to probably disappear for the most part, not vanish, but be mitigated to the point. Yeah, and without Daniel Jones playing the way he has been this year, I would have to like the Jags or the Texans in that division.
And with that, I just exited Pittsburgh and Cincinnati. Pittsburgh went up to 66%. Cincinnati was at about 56%. But again, with losing one of their best wide receivers, I don't know if they're necessarily going to be able to hold on to that. Pittsburgh, I never have any faith in to finish a game, and I was up at 2x. So we firmly take those. I need to enter a couple more bets here. Washington is down a little bit since I picked them up, sitting at 16%. I picked them up at 22%. Pittsburgh with the pickoff.
Lamar Jackson, big interception. Yeah.
Yeah. Lamar was your man to bench, right? At the beginning of the show.
I said must sit. Lamar Jackson, he's been on a turnover. He's been looking like Josh Allen, to be honest with you, with the number of turnovers this guy has committed over the last couple of weeks here. This is a particularly bad one.
Josh Allen, if Josh Allen was in a wheelchair, because the dude just can't run anymore. It's ridiculous. Guys, make sure you're commenting. The next wide receiver to score a touchdown got to be listed on FDF. I dropped it in YouTube and Twitter where we want you to drop that comment. Johnny, we're going to play you out here in just a second because I know you got a busy day, but I wanted to get your pick. If you had to pick any line on Kalshi right now, which one are you picking and why out of these games that are live right now?
So I'm on the cell phone. Let me navigate.
Yeah.
I don't think it's going to make me drop off.
Here, I can even read them out to you. We'll bring up the lines. So what we've got right now is we've got Cincinnati and Buffalo. Oh, Johnny, can you hear us? We sent him to the upside down, it sounds like.
This is actually an advertisement for Stranger Things.
Season 5, the final season, coming back. The first 4 episodes have been released. Apparently, they're ending that in the movie theater. Did you see this? You sent me down a rabbit hole here, Sam. They're ending Stranger Things in a movie theater.
Oh, wild.
All right, we got Johnny back on. Johnny, can you hear us? Johnny looks like Minecraft Steve.
Destroyed him, dude. I destroyed him.
You killed Johnny.
That was Chase Brown, I believe, getting the Cincinnati touchdown as well. So the running back category is going to be dominated by these multiple TD scorers, unless I'm mistaken, which is pretty juicy. At least I'm going to be getting that one. But ETN holders and players are going to be absolutely feasting off of that.
I'm going to tell Johnny not to worry about fighting back. We're going to get his pick. We're going to hear who he's betting for. Sam, we'll run it to a quick 5-minute break. We're going to come back. We're going to give you the update on what Johnny said. If anybody has scored a touchdown, we're going to give you the update there, and we're going to roll from that. We'll be back in, give us 3 to 5 minutes here, boys. See you guys soon.
Yeah, sounds good.
And we are back, and the Indianapolis Colts are driving down the field, Sam. What a good thing to
Wow.
come back to.
Well, I'm happy for you. I'm sad for the Pittsburgh Steelers that again threw a back shoulder fade to DK Metcalf, which, wait for it, didn't work. Didn't work in the end zone again, to the shock of everybody. Palmer also feeling my pain. I sat DK Metcalf. He's having a big game. If he caught those two back shoulder fades, he would be by far and away the number one FDF wide receiver right now, but it's just not going to happen. Oh, Colts almost throw a pick trying to get the ball to Tyler Warren approaching the end zone. We're all hoping that Tyler Warren gets in there, I assume. Ace saying, please introduce Riley Leonard to Tyler Warren. Thanks.
And Riley Leonard getting up slow as well. You know what would be worse than losing one quarterback to a lower body injury? Losing both. I actually don't even think we have another one healthy on the roster.
Do we just put Jonathan Taylor in at that point and say,
I
you know what?
actually think Tyler Warren might be the emergency backup quarterback because he did play quarterback in high school, which does not seem like a good enough qualifier, but
Steelers squeaking in on a toss, a play that almost never works for us. But we got Kenneth Gainwell able to catch the edge. 17-0 in Baltimore. Are you kidding me?
Kenneth Gainwell too, unfortunately, does nothing for our FDF players here.
That's correct.
We got a post from Johnny, or message from Johnny. We lost him just before the break. He sent us a message. He said he's going to take Seattle if Atlanta scores on the drive before half, should drop the rate into the 60s. And then a short 3 minutes later, that line has dropped down to 63%. So Johnny, looks like that line feels good. We're talking about the Falcons-Seattle game. I'll pull that up here just so that we can see it.
There's the TD. Is that Drake London?
It was that Drake London?
Oh,
that would be the
no,
next.
Darnell Mooney. Excuse me, Darnell Mooney. Tyler Warren is the emergency QB according to Ace, which is going to be rough for all the Colts starters that we have. Palmer saying it looked like the Steelers took the field goal. I thought they did it first too. There must have been a penalty because they ended up getting a fresh set of downs, which I'll take as a Steelers fan. Again, sad that I exited this bet, but got to take profit whenever you can. Up about a 2x on the day. Cleveland and Tennessee are now sitting at a dead even 50-50. Cleveland down 4 points. Do we want to take that?
I'm still taking Cleveland. I'm also was just about to say, here's my prediction, my hot take for the second half of these games. I'm doubling down on Washington here. 88% Minnesota. It feels like the type of trade that you want to make, the type of trade that my good friend Dub, who you'll see later this afternoon on when the witching hour begins, would like to take and would tell you to take, is this right here. 12% at halftime, only down 2 scores to a team led by JJ McCarthy, who has, to his credit, been playing very well through the first half of this game, has been playing horrendously through the first 10 games of the season. I think it's more likely we see weeks 1 through 10 JJ come back, and less likely that we see quarter 1 and 2 JJ come back. I feel really good about that Commander's position. I'll enter here at 14%. Gotta figure that number climbs into the 30s.
The Bills turn it over on downs, man. The Cincinnati Bengals are running away with that game. I'm looking at the lines right now because I do want to enter a couple more bets. Oh, as the Bucks get stuffed on 4th and 1, they try to run it up the gut, and the New Orleans Saints are able to shut them down. But the line that's sticking out to me actually isn't a game that's live at all right now. It is Chicago at Green Bay. Green Bay, 73% favorites. Are you kidding me?
Should not be priced. That is wildly mispriced. That's disrespectful.
That is insane, dude. Absolutely insane. You could take Chicago plus 6.5 points and get even money on it. That is tasty. What do you think? Would you take the money line on that, or would you take the points?
I would take money line. I think I would take it.
I think I would too, especially given they are in Lambeau, but the fact that the Packers lost in Lambeau to the Browns gives me zero faith in that home field advantage for this team in particular. So I'm going to definitely be putting a little bit on that, but we want to mostly focus on the bets that are happening right now, for the games that are happening right now. Excuse me.
we're gonna have Dan come on. The guy that we were talking about earlier this week, earlier in the show, 40K TP off the backs of a single player. We'll talk a little bit about that strategy when we have him on. In the meantime, I want to bring up a couple of the scoring plays that we've missed as we were talking with Johnny and things of that nature. So I'm just gonna bring up Reddit. We're gonna pull that up, and we're gonna have a little bit of a conversation about some of these because there's been quite a few crazy things to happen over the course of the last, let's call it 40 minutes or so. So I'm going to give this a quick refresh and we're going to scroll through here and catch up on the scoring plays. This will also give us a really good indicator. 2:03 p.m., keep in mind, is what I said when we started that competition about wide receivers who would score. I'm going to go back. Looks like right here, this was the Chase Brown receiving touchdown. This does not count. This is a running back. He will get a receiving touchdown. He will get his 6 points and a catch. So a 7-point play plus yardage on FDF. We talked about this in the launch article about why receiving running backs who catch the football are so valuable in this format. This is exactly why. You got a huge play here from Chase Brown. This was the same one that we just saw. Here's Lamar Jackson with that interception. This was brutal. And there's your Steelers with an interception.
Disgusting.
We
Ace
saw,
is saying T. Higgins is back in the game. Are you kidding me? They let him back in? That's insane, dude.
We're going to see some note from the league there. Here's a pass interference flag that I feel like probably was not. This might be a little bit of a phantom call here. Yeah, that's a terrible call. Well, to the Colts' benefit. So here's this was the turnover on downs that you just mentioned, Sam. So I want to make it clear, to this point in time, unless that touchdown went to Drake London, which we're not sure that it has, there has been no score by a wide receiver since 2:03 p.m. Eastern. We're going to keep an eye on that. But as of right now, that is still open. Still an opportunity for people.
Man, Indy now sitting at a Jacksonville sitting at minus 800. Nobody's giving Indy even a shred of a chance. It's such a ridiculous set of odds that it's almost tempting to just throw $10 at and see what happens.
Right on
Maybe
cue, Sam. The Colts with a turnover right here, right now, just happened. Literally as you were saying it. Phil, if you're watching this, I need that clip. That is incredible. Looks like Neville Gallimore rips the ball out of the hands of Bashal Tutton. So from a FDF perspective, this turnover does not affect you. If you have Travis Etienne, he did not lose points on this play. That was Bashal Tutton, the backup running back. It looks like it was actually Grover Stewart who rips it out, and then it's recovered by Jermaine Pratt, former Bengals player.
And just like that, Indy swings about 250 on the money line. So that would have been a nice little 2 or 3x if you caught it in real time. I wish I bet it as I was saying it. A-Chain at 92 yards. Thanks, Ace, for the live updates. Appreciate that, man. A-Chain probably going to hit that given the state of that game. But I don't want to say anything is for sure after seeing the bad beat that Oliver took on Derrick Henry, 104.5
was the over. Yeah, actually insane. Look at that. Ace coming in late in the game saying Jalen Waddle is going to be the next wide receiver to score a touchdown here. I buy it.
Yeah, I would take that too. We have Buffalo now sitting at plus 163, and they also have the ball, which is kind of tempting. I'm going to throw a few bucks on that. We're not going to get crazy with it, but enough to make it interesting. Are you able to? Yeah, thanks, bro.
I'm not going to lie to you. I lost it for a second, and I was trying to find it as you were chatting through the lines there.
Thanks, dude. Oh, Darnell Mooney is the FootballDotFun replacement for Drake London, says Andy Mack. I appreciate that, man. I wasn't aware that Drake London was out today. So you're more locked in than I am.
If Mooney is the replacement, I believe then, I mean, no, I doubt anybody called it. So we should run this until we have an answer. So in order, I'm going to write this down just to make sure that we don't screw this up. It was really easy to say Josh Allen and Baker Mayfield as the QB. Gonna bring out the handy yellow legal paper notepad, and I'm gonna write this down as we're chatting here.
Oh,
Devon
my God.
A-Chain right on cue. Questionable return with a rib injury.
Are you kidding me, dude?
That's brutal.
That is fucked up.
The caster curse works both ways.
It really does, man. Looks like the Dolphins are going to settle for a field goal, about a 48-yarder. Knock, I also sent you my current standing of bets. If you want to pull that up so everybody can see, indeed, I am putting money on the line here with what I'm yapping about. Awesome to see Johnny, aka Hustlepedia, also just a big football fan, man. It makes me happy every time.
Yeah, you love to see it. Okay, I'm going to pull this up as we are chatting. I'm going to pull us back to the clips piece for a second. I want to show you, if I can find where, there it is. I want to show you really quickly this Christian Benford sack on Joe Burrow. This is the type of hit that when your quarterback is coming back from injury, you don't want to see happen. This
Oh
is
no.
brutal. Like, where is Benford? He's sitting right here at the bottom of the screen, I believe. Yeah, just releases on T. Higgins here. Burrow never sees this happening. He's watching through these two reads. So Benford is blitzing from his blind side. Never has a chance. Literally
Whoa.
nobody touches him either.
Disgusting.
Blows him up. I've been hit like that. It hurts
Really?
way more than it looks like it hurts, dude. It is one of... There's nothing worse than standing still, thinking you're safe, and just getting destroyed.
It looks pretty fucking miserable. So knowing it hurts even more is a yikes. I want to say I'm sending you right now this question about will the Bengals make the playoffs or not? Another great John Frischella tweet. And then I want to send you what I consider to potentially be the best celebration that I have seen in at least 5 years. With that being said, Jerry Jeudy catches a touchdown pass. Unfortunately, Jerry Jeudy not on the FDF board, so that one isn't going to matter. But it does matter for the fact that I just picked up some shares of the Browns. So shout out.
We're going to pull up the John Franchella tweet right here in a second. All right, so just keep an eye on Cincinnati Bengals. I'm telling you, the AFC North is wide open. We know the Steelers are a non-factor. Sorry, Sam. The Ravens look crappy, and Cincy's only 2 games back of the division. If you watched the game this past week, then you saw how much Joe Burrow energizes this team to the tune of a 21 points scored on the Bills already in the first half. They look strong on both sides of the ball. DCAI Golden feeling the heat, and he's figuring things out, and the unit is playing better. We know Burrow, Chase, Higgins, and Brown are dangerous as hell offensively. Don't sleep on this team. This is in line with what we're saying. I think the Bengals win the AFC North. I am not inspired by either of the other 2 teams in that division. I say 2 teams because the Browns aren't a team. Again, we talked about this the last couple of weeks. They drafted 2 rookie quarterbacks, neither of which can play quarterback. The only quarterback that they had on the roster currently plays for the Cincinnati Bengals. Everything good about the Browns is bad for anybody else. I feel like the team that is the hottest in the AFC North right now is the Bengals. I wholeheartedly agree with this take.
Right on cue, the Colts get another turnover. They get the ball right back. Also, the Bucks, after getting stopped on 4th and 1 running up the middle, the Saints are on 4th and 1, run up the middle, and get stuffed as well, which is really, really entertaining. Also, Palmer saying A-Chain just dumped 24% on FootballDotFun shortly after the rib injury, which is crazy price action. Johnny saying his bet was at 62% for the Seahawks, back at 72% now. He'll hold, but could even take that quick 10% win, which you don't hate. You don't hate.
That's the beauty of being able to play the lines like this. Colts are going for it on 4th and 1. Then we're going to watch this Devontae Smith, the Slim Reaper, as some call him. I'm going to pause that. And the Colts get stuffed. It looks like they do not convert. Turnover on downs right at about half field. That is the 2-minute warning as well. So we'll probably go into half down 11 points there on the Indianapolis Colts side. Here is Devonta Smith, a.k.a. Slim Reaper, robbing the Salvation Army bucket. I did not see this.
So good. Man.
That is so funny, dude.
Especially after the Salvation Army bucket became so popular after Ezekiel Elliott hops into it during the Christmas games, robbing it as an Eagles player just feels poetic.
Here's that 60-yard pass to Jerry Jeudy. Unfortunately, does not count for FDF. Will not count. I cannot believe we are 23 minutes past the beginning of that market. and we still do not have a touchdown scored by a wide receiver on FTF. Insane to see. Hustle saying now back at 72. Love to see that. We are going to bring on Dan shortly here. Again, Dan is diehard Bears fan, I believe lives in the UK, was a man who was telling us about loading up and the strategy to load up on DeAndre Swift of the Chicago Bears, who scores last week, who ends up in scoring position on FTF, ends up netting him 40K TP. That has got to be the largest amount I've seen from a single player earned over the course of a tournament. I'm receiving like, if 40K for me has been an incredible week, all of my players are in scoring position. He got 40K on a single spot.
Yeah. Oh man, the Redskins, I keep doing that. The Commanders just looking dreadful, but I think a pass interference might bail them out. Could be defensive holding. Their offense just looks terrible, even with Jaden Daniels. I sent you a link here, Knock, that I thought was really, really interesting that I saw. Guillotine also saying, y'all cursed the football.fun wide receivers. Yeah, we did. That's on us. That's on us. At least if they're all cursed equally, the effect was basically nothing, but chart, watching it play out in real time. I'm not going to say what happens. I'm just going to say, look at the Eagles. Keep your eyes on the Eagles. This is Tom Brady's power rankings week by week, obviously starting at week 1 through where we're at right now. And the Eagles just cruising along, take a dip. All right. Back up at number 1. Stay there for a bit.
Oh, man.
And then look at literally off the top 10 now. They go from number 1 to number 3, back to number 1 for like 3 weeks, and now they are in the abyss.
You want to see one even worse than that, Sam? I want you to watch, pay attention here at the bottom of this screen. What are you going to see right here, week 3? Watch this team right here with that horseshoe color there. Watch this. Watch. Down, down, down. Off the list again. Hold on. We're back. We're back.
Oh, we're so back.
Oh, we're
so
first
back.
place on the list.
Oh,
right there. Now watch this.
Oh my God. And then
what? Wait, just hold.
Oh, we're so back. We're
what
so
list?
back. Oh,
what list? It's interesting. It's interesting to watch Brady rank this, because I think Brady was somebody who, maybe more than anybody else, was a very vocal critic of the New England Patriots and the things that they needed to do. I think just given the amount of time that the guy spent in that city. But you look at his leaderboards, and he's got a really interesting one. He's got the Pats in 1, which we all knew was going to be up there given what they've seen, what's remaining on their schedule. The Broncos in 2nd, but the Bears at 3rd. And to Johnny's point, that Packers game will be a moment that we need to see. Are the Bears for real? Is this a team that is serious? But as it stands right now, Tom Brady, arguably the best quarterback who's ever played the game, inarguably the greatest quarterback of all time, the greatest NFL football player of all time. He's got the Bears and Ben Johnson and Caleb Williams up in 3rd spot. I think, 1, that probably makes Dan very happy. 2, probably makes a lot of other people maybe a little concerned about whether or not the Bears are going to be able to hold on to that spot. And right on cue, we've got Dan backstage. I'm going to pull him onto, that's the dub cam. Here's the Dan cam. Hopefully we see him. I can hear him. Hold on.
I can hear him.
All right.
He's lingering.
We got you, Dan. I believe this will solve the issue. You should be up on a second.
Hey.
Oh man, appreciate you joining us.
There's that 85 jersey.
Yeah. I'm like, all good.
Yeah, good to see you, man. Dan, don't let the accent throw you. One of the most diehard NFL fans that I've ever met, period, especially whenever it comes to the Bears. Man, I don't know if you were watching yet, Dan, but I just put some money on the Bears money line here because they are absolutely being disrespected. And I think I got it at 30%.
Yeah, well, like it's really tough because the record isn't great. Basically, for the last my entire lifetime almost, we have outside of a couple of seasons, the Packers unfortunately have pretty much owned the Bears home and away, so it doesn't really matter where they play. But it's going to be interesting. Like, there's lots of excitement in Bears land of what's there. It's going to be ridiculously cold.
Yeah, it's going to be even colder than the Jets Dolphins game.
Yeah, I'm sure it's sub-zero, probably around -7 centigrade. So I'm not sure exactly what that is in Fahrenheit, but it's cold.
Nobody knows, Dan. Nobody knows.
Yeah, it's going to be, and it's like there's whether or not they should be 6.5 point favorites. Like the Eagles, I think were 7-point favorites over the Bears on Black Friday, and
Sounds about right.
I think what happened, the sort of game plan they had is going to be replicated against the Packers. They just need to run it and just take as much time off the clock, everything. Basically, what the Panthers did to them about
So
a month
is
ago.
this, Dan, you mentioned they need to run it. They need to eat some time off the clock, keep the ball out of the hands of Jordan Love
Yep.
and the Packers. Is that the logic behind the DeAndre Swift stacking at 88,000 shares that we saw? Or is that just a Bears homer loading up on a Bears player?
It was an absolute homer pick. So my highest owned from amount of shares positions are Caleb, Rome, and DeAndre Swift. Rome's not in game today. Either he was ruled out. I think he's had a foot injury for about a month, so he's kind of he's not been as hot as he was early on. But yeah, I just anybody who was on the launch price was always interesting, and Swift just kept going down and down and down. I was like, oh, I'll just keep buying. So I actually own 100K now, with more in the development squad as well, because I opened up all those packs and I got loads of Swift as well. So
That's wild.
like he's Thursday touchdown for Lamar. I just saw.
Yeah, Lamar sneaks in after I made the joke about the wheelchair. All of a sudden, he remembers he has legs that work.
So it's tough because the players have basically got a 1A 1P running attack. Like the 7th round rookie Ramon guy's been quite a revelation, and he'll pretty much share the carries. It looks like that they take a series each, almost.
Yeah.
From
Kyle
watching it,
Malone
they
there,
like
right?
almost do like a
Is that a concern for you? Do you think that the combination of those two backs eats into the likelihood that somebody like Swift scores, or do you see it as just a benefit, right? Like, hey, if Swift goes down, that next man up system, we've seen Mononga with 230, I think it was 230 total yards from scrimmage in the one game that Swift missed. It's a good spot.
Yeah, so he's been amazing. Like he's pretty much a carbon copy, size, height, weight, size of Ashton Genty, but he's just not as fast in the initial burst. But once he gets going, like his pads are horizontal and he just falls forward. He's an absolute monster for he's only like 5'7" or something absolutely crazy, but he's just a monster.
We see sorry to cut you off there, Dan. It looks like the Jaguars are right on the goal line with Jacoby Myers. It is now raining in that game. We're going to do a really quick update. What are you reacting to, Sam? Oh, this is the Jaden Daniels. Oh.
Yeah, I was just watching Jaden Daniels be blown up again.
4th and 3, defender tips an interception to himself, runs it back about 50 yards. The Vikings are on fire, and Jaden Daniels holding his left arm.
That left arm,
be great.
keep in mind, that left arm is the arm that he injured 3 or 4 weeks back when he did go to IR. He was running towards the end zone. He lands on it weird, puts a lot of weight on it. Looks like he is holding that left arm. Also, Andrew Van Ginkel, the linebacker for the Vikings, who just destroyed Jaden Daniels there. Is there any better player in the entire league with the way that he looks to be playing for a team called the Vikings?
For the Vikings.
Built like a Viking, long blonde hair, absolute berserker.
Yeah.
Jaguars are on the door here. We're going to go right back to the Bears in a second here, Dan. We're going to see if they score here. Looks like ETN, this is a ball that's targeted towards Jacoby Myers, gets thrown out of bounds. 1st and goal, so 2 more options there. As far as I know, Sam, there has still not been an FDF wide receiver to have scored since we called next score wins attack.
That's crazy. Dan, who you got? You got to pick one.
My like I've gone heavy in about like essentially half of the players is pretty much my tactic in holding.
Just next wide receiver to score a touchdown that's listed on FDF is this one.
DK is a good shout, but Rogers, I don't know. I'm surprised he's been throwing it downfield on go balls because that's unusual this season. He's hardly thrown any. So
Yeah, it was nice to see a little bit of action there. That game did just go into halftime, so it might take a little bit
okay,
for him to get back out on the field. Jacksonville still threatening for
Jacksonville's
another
there.
score here.
We
It's kind
haven't
of
any.
crazy here that
Yeah,
the
Offhand.
Jags Colts game and now the Steelers game just going to half an hour and 40 minutes after kickoff. Looks like every other game is about to head into half as well. I'm looking through the list here, and you
yeah.
have the
So
Jerry
the
Judy touchdown 13 minutes
Seahawks.
ago. You've got that was it. That was the last wide receiver to throw a touchdown. But something interesting here. We talked about Shadur Sanders and the Browns, or in the Jets. It looks like Brady Cook now is in for Tyrod Taylor instead on this game. This game looks like it is just getting out of hand. The Dolphins should handedly win this. One thing that is really interesting, and I actually don't know, Dan, maybe you do. If not, something that we'll ask Adam and the team at FDF. In the case of Devon Achane, comes in, scores a ton of points today, leaves the game due to injury. Do we now see somebody like an Ollie Gordon or a Jalen Wright continue to score points? If he surpasses Achane, does that now count for Achane's playing, or is he stuck with the number of points that he had before half?
I'm
That is interesting.
yeah. I'm pretty sure if he's played in the game, then it counts, and that's it. And you don't get a sub. I'm pretty sure I looked that up or
There you go.
saw that in the Discord.
Let's move really quickly to just take a quick look. Let's do a quick update now that everything's sort of walking into halftime. Quick debrief on where we stand from a position perspective. Really low scoring half from the quarterbacks. This is
We
depressing to
we
look at.
did get a Jags wide receiver touchdown, but it was to a wide receiver called Patrick, which I've never even heard of. So definitely not
Yeah,
on
Yeah,
the FPF
he's
roster.
number 3 on that list, I'm pretty sure, for the Jags. So we've got Josh Allen still the highest scoring active quarterback. Lamar Jackson, my must sit, has now currently crawled his way into scoring position. I don't feel good about that. Baker Mayfield rounding out the bottom, a bunch of players still on the outside. In the running back position, Etienne at the top still, Chase Brown, 1 point, not even a full point. Right here between second, third, and fourth, you are talking a total of 0.2 points separating fourth and second. You have to imagine Jahmyr Gibbs is sort of locked in that one spot.
oh
But it
yeah,
feels
he's way past it.
oh yeah, and it feels like you're gonna see a lot out of these 3 games. These will be games to watch. Obviously, A-Chain now is really just fighting to hold on to fifth. He's unlikely to come back into this game. Look, he's not quite been ruled out yet, but questionable, leaning doubtful. Probably not going to see him today. Chase Brown in a shootout with the Buffalo Bills. On the tight end side, Jalen Warren is the second highest scoring touchdown with 2.5 points. That is a catch for 15 yards. That is no points at all. This is still wide open. You got to imagine somebody like Trey McBride, especially with Jacoby Brissett at quarterback, comes in here and takes the first spot. Ferguson sitting at 11.8 points, not a ton of points there. The wide receiver position, CeeDee Lamb and Amon-Ra came into the day as the number 1 and 2. They are currently number 1 and 2. Jalen Waddle, DK Metcalf, Khalil Shakir round out the top 5. If I had to give you what I thought the top 5 would look like at halftime at the 1 o'clock slots, not one of these 3 players would have been on that top 5 list for sure.
I'm
Yeah, I imagine. Yeah,
grateful to say I had Waddle, DK Metcalf, definitely a shocker. Khalil Shakir. I can't. Every time Khalil Shakir does anything, I go, "What the fuck?"
Yeah.
yeah. Well, like, what do I own as the Dolphins have to be aggressive to get into the playoffs, and they've got a relatively easy run up to the end of the season. And so I thought Achan and Waddle were a pretty good little value buy until the end of the season. So I've been on them because essentially, from what I can see, they just need to go nuclear on every single game, which they kind of are in this game against the Jets, who are not good.
Yeah.
And it's a Dolphins team who are notoriously poor in the cold environments. I'm assuming it's quite cold up in New York at the moment for them. So
It is extremely cold for this game. Getting some confirmations from the chat. No injury cover mid-game, says AJ Romero on
yeah,
YouTube.
okay.
Appreciate that. Above average says Dan equals GOAT. Love to see that. Knock, I'm gonna share something with you real quick that I want to pull up for Dan. I saved a couple of banger Bears takes here. I'm looking at it right now. I bought the Bears at 27%. They're the third ranked team by Tom Brady against a team that just choked a home game to the Cleveland Browns, and you're giving them to me at 27%. That just seems crazy to me. Two links there for you, Knox.
It's interesting. Even if Jordan Love plays in the cold, as he's the quarterback at the Packers, he's not amazing in the cold, and he's just been amazing in the last two games in like indoors. So and Jordan Love is hyper aggressive. Like he will chuck that ball like you've never seen, and so it's going to be interesting because the Bears defense is not great, but they live on takeaways with Hired and the quarterback who's like humongous. Sean Wright's like 6'4" with crazy long arms. It's like, why do you throw 1-on-1 against this guy? It's like, fine, just keep doing it. So
we got a couple of Bears things for you, Dan, being
Yep.
our resident Bears expert. Okay, so I thought that this was really funny to see this tweet go live for two reasons. One, the pain and the absolute, gulag that the Bears fan base has been in for the better portion of the last decade from a coaching perspective. Here's the case. Greg Olsen, if you don't know who he is, legendary tight end, spent most of his career with the Panthers, future Hall of Famer. He tweets. Bears as well, right?
Player as well. He was drafted by the Bears.
Yes. So Philly throwing into the wind because Chicago won the coin toss and took the ball. It's not random. Ben Johnson planned for the fourth quarter hours ago. This is in reference to at the beginning of the game, there's a coin toss. You choose to receive or defer the kick. The common wisdom is to defer the kick, meaning you get the ball after halftime, so you have a view of where you're at, where the points are scored, etc., etc. He chose to take the ball in the first half so that he would then have the ball with the win in the fourth quarter. Bears fans all excited. This is incredible. The rest of the NFL goes, no, you play in this stadium 9 times a year. It's your stadium. You've been there 100 times before. This is coaching. This is what is supposed to look like. These are the things that are supposed to happen. And it's funny to watch the Bears fans lose it because obviously it's been a really tough and trying time. Matt Nagy wasn't it. Prior to Matt Nagy, there was a bunch of things that were going on in Chicago that didn't look good. Fun fact, Caleb Williams is just 10 yards per game short of being the first 4,000-yard passer in Bears history. Not in the last decade, in history for the Bears. The current all-time passing leader is Smokin' Jay Cutler. That guy.
Yeah, and the only guys who got high in the Bears was a crazy season by Eric Kramer, I think.
Yep.
And then it's Sid Luckerman down in the 50s or the 60s. It's just like, it's just a graveyard.
We've got two more things. You stacked DeAndre Swift. This man went even a little crazier, I think. Notable Super Bowl bet placed at BetMGM, $50K on the Chicago Bears to win the Super Bowl at 66-1 odds. Bet could win 3.3 million rather. Bears currently 30-1. So you've now more than doubled your money. You're sitting at a position value probably around 110, 120K. How long do you let this ride, Dan? Do you take this into the playoffs, or do you cash out if the Bears beat the Packers this week and they look
Yeah.
like a real team? Is it time to get
So
out of this position?
So I would in this. I don't think today's that important for where the Bears end up in the season. I think they need to play. They play the Browns next at home. So if they win the Browns, that's 10 wins, and then the chances of them at least being a playoff team is very high. So I would then just ride it, and I would cash out just before the wild card. But like the way the Bears are playing, regardless of if they get into the playoffs, no one's going to want to play against them.
Yeah.
Because they're just going to run at them. And Ben Johnson's got some wild plays, and he's like his whole mantra is make everything look the same, but also look different. So he just adjusts, and the exact same play looks the same.
We've
in
actually
ways.
got a play that we're going to bring up later in the show that describes exactly or demonstrates exactly what you just described. The little one in the back, I love it. I will
Couple
say,
of quick updates for you guys.
Yeah, go ahead.
Kincaid catches a touchdown. The Buffalo Bills starting to look really good. Actually, the Kalshi odds have swung to 50-50 now for Bengals and the Buffalo Bills. We also have a turnover. The Redskins put in Marcus Mariota. Jaden Daniels looks like he's going to be out for the game. He took the brace off of his arm, and Marcus Mariota threw a great pass followed by an interception. Seattle also getting a fumble recovery. So Seattle now looking like they're pretty set to take over this game. They're already up a full touchdown. If they put it in the pot here, they're going to be up 2 scores, and that's probably all she wrote.
There's one I just want to make. I know I've said this maybe 15 times since 2:00. We're now 45 minutes past
That's crazy,
the wide
dude.
receiver touchdown, and we have had 2 touchdowns by wide receivers. One was Darnell Mooney, the other was Jerry Jeudy, neither of which actually matter for FPL.
So it was also the Darnell Mooney one would have counted, but it was actually chalked off because he was out of bounds.
Oh wow! So there you go.
So it's what accounted because he's the
backup for Drake London.
Substitute for Drake London.
Incredible to see. And then we do have the Bills down 3 points now in the Bengals. To me, still does not feel like 50-50 odds. But I think, to the point that we made at the top of the show, if you sit here, you watch a game like this, and you trade some of the momentum swings, you're going to see some crazy things. And on that note, Den, we're going to send you to Shadow Realm for 30 seconds. We're going to look at the lines. We're going to bring you back up. I want to talk a little bit about what's going on here, Sam, and just take a quick debrief. Cincinnati Bengals, as you point, the Bills on the back of that score have actually taken it now into 50%. The Miami Dolphins game is, let's be real, it's done. We're going to remove that from the board altogether. We're going to bring the Titans-Browns game up, which is not quite done, but the Cleveland Browns have now taken the lead in that game off the backs of Myles Garrett hitting his 20th sack of the season. He's now 2.5 sacks back of the single season record set by, I believe, Michael Strahan in the early 2000s, 22.5 sacks. Myles Garrett beginning to take over that game a little bit more. Indianapolis at Jacksonville, now down 18 points going into the half. The Jags score a touchdown at the end of that. Let's be real, that's probably also done. We're going to bring up the Seahawks and Falcons game. Seahawks sitting at a 92% chance to win the game, despite the fact that they are only 7 points ahead of the Atlanta Falcons, a team that we know has been able to keep in here with tight games against really good opponents. They beat the Buffalo Bills early this year. They've made, I believe they lose to the Colts team that was healthy in overtime. That's a team that has been really great. And let's be real, my lock of the day, the Washington and Minnesota. At this point, Sam, I'm not even going to sell out of the position. I'm going to ride this down into dust because I deserve it. But with Jaden Daniels out, I think a lot of people were excited about the prospect of having him in here. Obviously, that's not going to work out anymore, given that Marcus Mariota is in. We're going to bring up the Bucks and Saints. We took the bait. We did. And now it looks like the Bucks game is actually not updated. Do you have what's your calculation?
This is 7-10 right now, and the Bucks are currently driving. It looks like they have a good chance at least a field goal here. The odds are what does that say? 73% in favor
Yeah.
of Tampa Bay. Sorry, they're actually on their own 40. I thought they were on the opponent's 40, so they still have a ways to go. And right on cue, Baker Mayfield throws a pick down the middle of the field. It is a sloppy, rainy game out there. That ball did not look good. Man, what are the odds going to go to? Is this still 72% even after that pick? It feels
I feel like yeah, this seems crazy. We got Dan. I'm gonna bring Dan back up. We've got Dan hitting us up in the chats here saying JSN Jackson Smith Njigba of the Seattle Seahawks in scoring position. The Seahawks are driving. It looks like they are currently on the 30-yard line, so not quite in the red zone, just outside the red zone. Second and 11 though.
Yeah, I was just watching it, and Pearson, he made the catch to essentially get them where they are, and he's just caught it now,
And there
and
it
he's
is.
in.
So
And that's
Jackson
it.
Smith Njigba, JSN. If you named
Hey.
him, I'm gonna write that down on, like I mentioned earlier, the little yellow legal paper to make sure that we have this.
He's some guy.
Yeah, he's insane. So JSN, that is now 49 minutes after we called the competition. A FDF wide receiver has scored a touchdown off a big play to put them into scoring position. Then another looks like roughly 25-yard catch and run into the end zone. You're looking at probably a 10-point play or close to it there from JSN, likely shooting him up the leaderboards from a wide receiver perspective. I will pull that up as we are chatting just to take a quick look at this, but that is incredible and good call there, Dan, on JSN. Let's see where he sits now. Yeah. It looks like he's jumped into second position, only 0.4 points back. We're going to give this a quick refresh. Only 0.4 points back of CeeDee Lamb, who again played on the Thursday night game against the Detroit Lions. It looks like they are moving up. CeeDee should still finish in the top 5, I would imagine here. Probably holds on to that 5th spot, but it does look like JSN's going to take the win here. I want to check on where JSN is from a bonus perspective, because that is something to track as well.
Palmer says, I meant JSN, but autocorrect typed out DK Metcalf.
So JSN is 6 receptions for 88 yards and a touchdown. 12 more yards not only puts him in first place, but gives him that bonus of +3. DK Metcalf just jumped into first place. I'm going to look at Red Zone here to see what this was.
Yeah, I'm on Red Zone as well now.
They're at the 19, so we must break this. Oh wait, no. Oh, we must be a play behind, because that was just a dump off to the tight end.
Yeah, let's give this a
although it flashed up, I think he went over 100 yards.
Oh, so he got the point. You might be right there. Let's
yeah, I'm just watching the replay now.
Rodgers.
Oh, Rodgers launched it. Yeah, he did. Yeah.
Wow.
So right on cue, as we're talking about JSN being on the outside looking in of that bonus, DK Metcalf, 5 receptions, 134 yards. On that last reception, he passes the 100-yard mark. Remember, on FDF, your wide receivers, your tight ends, your running backs, for 100 rushing, 100 receiving yards, you're going to get a bonus, a flat bonus of 3 points. So all the points for the yards, +3. DK takes that +3, jumps into first place, holding off JSN. And from a quarterback perspective, it's 300 yards. It doesn't look like anybody's quite approaching that. But here he is, Josh Allen, extending his lead a little bit over the quarterbacks. He has now almost as many points as number 4 and 5 combined do. And Josh likely going to climb into that second position by the end of the 1 o'clock games here.
That's crazy, man. Kenneth Gainwell actually looking pretty good for the Steelers. Honestly, I'm starting to think the best thing that could happen for Jalen Warren owners is that he goes down and those points just go to Kenneth Gainwell.
Yeah, he's really fast on those outside home runs.
Yeah, that's speed that we haven't had in a very long time. Yeah. Andy asking if on FDF you could tell which team is home or away. I would assume they follow the same rule, which is whenever you see on the far right the team that they're against, whichever team is on the bottom is the home team, I believe.
Yeah, yes, the home team is underneath because it's not because the Ravens are at home, aren't they?
Yeah.
So yeah, it's the team on the top. So actually, from a UI point of view, they've taken the soccer version that you put the home team first, rather than the
Interesting.
NFL version of the home team is the at team.
You've got a big play here in the Colts game. It looks like a pass down to Michael Pittman Jr. Tyler Shuck on the Saints. Again, refuse to believe that Shough is Shuck. But
That is
Tyler Shuck
crazy.
has scored a touchdown. It looked like a rushing touchdown, so that'll count as 6. Unfortunately, does not matter for FDF. But if you have him in a fantasy football league, one, I apologize that you're going through it with your team, that you have to start Tyler
Yeah,
Shuck.
he's
2, he scored on a big run. It looks like a 35-yard rushing attempt, Shuck to take it. So that's a 10-point play from Tyler Shuck.
nice.
Incredible to see.
We were lost in the sauce there for a second. I forgot to tell you guys 4 or 5 minutes ago. I actually bought some New Orleans Saints. They right after the interception, because I feel like
Nice.
they're being disrespected a little bit here. Surely they are not a great team, but 29 cents with a chance to take the lead in a sloppy circumstance like what we have here feels like money waiting to be won. Should I exit at 41 cents for a quick, I don't know, 12% profit or whatever that would be? Or do I hold it and see what happens in the fourth?
Tell you what, Sam, I don't want to be on the wrong side of Baker Mayfield in the fourth quarter while he's
It's
trailing.
true.
That's a guy who has shown time and time again the ability to come back. I want to show you this big play. This is what took DK Metcalf into the bonus points territory. This is the 3rd deep ball, to Dan's point, a very uncommon thing for the Pittsburgh Steelers. DK and Aaron Rodgers seem to be really clicking today. That is a 3rd passing play of over 30 yards for DK, brings him to 134 yards in the bonus point. Here's that pick that Sam just mentioned. Alontae Taylor, really just a terrible pass.
Freebie.
Yeah, the only person who could have caught that ball was Alontae Taylor. And then here's Myles Garrett on that 20th sack of the year that we mentioned. Just brings so much pressure. The guy is a wrecking ball.
He's an absolute freak of nature.
Dude, he is
Like,
the
it's-
biggest freak we've seen in the position, and probably
Like it's
yeah,
like
just wild.
I'm very concerned for Caleb this in an hour or so going up against Micah Parsons. Like, each of them are not the same. Like, Micah Parsons is way too powerful and
Yeah.
strong for him, whilst Myles Garrett is way too fast for the size of him. It's just like, it's absolute insanity.
This right
how
here is that play that we're talking about. So to your point, Myles Garrett does this phantom step thing, Sam. I don't know if you've seen this, but he takes this big leap inside and just absolutely obliterates. You see this, the nose tackle come down.
he just explodes.
It's wild how fast he makes this play. Watch this.
Oof.
And he just cuts inside. Now, to be fair, and Dan, we're going to go to a little bit of a meme section in a second here, but before we exit, I'm going to give you one bonus point here. Joe Thuney, probably the best guard in football. That hurts me to say as an Indianapolis Colts fan. I love Quentin Nelson, but Joe Thuney has been that guy over the course of the last 3 or 4 years. We're seeing what he has done for the Chicago Bears, both in the run game and from a protection game. That's going to be a big matchup to watch. Myles Garrett is somebody who slides across that O-line. Joe Thuney at some point in the day will be matched up against them. But more importantly, we've seen the damage losing Joe Thuney has done to the Kansas City Chiefs O-line. And I think it cannot be understated how important that man is to your Chicago Bears. On that note,
absolutely. I think it's you're absolutely right. The upgrades they made to the offensive line have been like just the most important thing outside of having Johnson, and also they are healthy.
Just
as well.
to cut you off for a second, Michael Pittman came down with the ball. Colts score. Looks like there's a flag on the play. Unfortunately, also looks like Michael Pittman may have murdered a cameraman. That person laying on his back there. Dan, I really appreciate having you on, man. Thanks again so much for joining with us.
Dan. Great to see you, man.
Giving us the run of everything. We'll catch you another time.
Go Bears.
Go Bears.
Take it easy, man.
See you later.
One more huge play happening right now, Knock. The Cincinnati Bengals had one of those iconic James Cook diving for the end zone kind of plays, and the ball came loose right as he's about to cross the pylon, and they're challenging it. I think it was called a touchdown on the field. There's a chance this gets overturned and becomes a fumble touchback and Bengals ball. we will see
That
on
Michael
that.
Pittman touchdown also looks to have been overturned. Looks like there may have been a holding penalty on the Indianapolis
Uh,
Colts there. So
the only thing worse getting murdered by an NFL player whenever you're turned the
it's
wrong
for no
direction is
reason.
for no reason. It happens anyway.
Let's see if we
For
can
no
pull up some
reason.
of these plays that Sam was just mentioning as we're chatting here. We're gonna bring Dub on soon. Dub, if you're listening, get ready for a witching hour, probably in about 30 minutes or so here. Looks like there's quite a bit of action going on. Looks like Iman Wari just picks the ball off here. That game is probably done, I would
Fantastic
imagine.
interception.
Yeah.
Also, shout out to Johnny who absolutely nailed that bet. He was like, they're gonna score here, it's gonna go down to 60. I'm gonna buy it. And like literally like clockwork, Seattle running away with it. I think he's still holding that bet too. Congrats to Johnny for absolutely cooking on that.
It does look like I just saw this piece here. It does look like confirmation that Daniel Jones did snap his Achilles. It's
No
likely,
way.
well, not likely. That's it for Daniel Jones. That's probably it for your skill position players on the Indianapolis Colts. Jonathan Taylor, who looked like such a free win, appears to be in a bad spot. Is this a dude? I just faked myself out thinking I was watching Red Zone, and I just I showed the Tyler Shuck run play here. I was like, did Tyler Shuck just break another one off? What is going on here?
Oh man, Zach Ertz also on the Commanders just got obliterated right in the knee. Looks like he's going to be out for some time. They're bringing in Mike Pereira. They're still reviewing this Buffalo Bills Cincinnati Bengals play. They're stuck on it. I think this is a fumble, to be honest. It breaks my heart to say that because I want the Bills to win as a Steelers homer. I also put money on the Bills after I sold the Bengals, and that was looking like a beautiful move. But
This does look like a fumble.
you think
I
so?
think so.
Looks like I also probably should have exited New Orleans. They were at 44% at some point, now back to 32. But again, that game is just a mess. Cleveland sitting at 70% odds. That bet's looking pretty decent.
So Sam right now giving me the update on where he's at. Looks like you are, as it stands, huge play by the Ravens.
Oh no, man. Oh, we got to give people another thing to bet on. Or sorry, not bet, but to predict what they think is going to happen based on something in FDF. Let's see. Maybe next rushing touchdown out of the FDF running backs.
Yeah, let's roll with it.
Oh, and it does look like this was
Overturned.
wait, I'm confused. Why are they on the 30? They're saying is incomplete pass or something?
There must
Am I
have been
crazy?
there must have been a penalty after the fact here because I'm not quite sure why they would be way back there.
Yeah, very confusing. If everybody knows what happens in the Bills game, drop it in the chat for us. We're watching mostly without audio, so it can be a little bit tricky. But yeah, huge play from the Ravens now in scoring position. Let's go ahead and open it up. Drop a comment which running back you think is going to be scoring the next touchdown. Has to be listed on FootballDotFun. Could be Bucky Irving for the Bucks. Could be Derrick Henry right now sitting in scoring position. If you drop it ASAP, we will do our best to
I want
get
to
it
point
in
out
there.
that Sam called at 3:01. So any score after 3:01, we're gonna make sure that you are commenting on the amplified #2 episode link that we've been posting all episode long. Again, X does not archive chat function, so we need to see those comments on X to make sure that we're able to prove that you are a winner. Sam, looks like you are still holding yes Buffalo, yes Chicago, yes Cleveland, and yes Washington. Are you just riding that one into the dust as well?
Yeah, I mean, I don't even know if there's enough volume to sell Washington at this point. So, sometimes when you die, you die. With that being said, dropping the link in the chat one more time for you guys. Comment on there what you think the next rushing or I should say running back rushing TD will be. For instance, if Lamar runs it in, that's not going to be a touchdown. He does pass it in to Isaiah Likely, who again was the last person I took off my fucking list. I sat him right at the very end.
And there's Sean Tucker vulturing something from Bucky Irving. So if you are a Bucky Irving owner, that sucks. You don't want to see that.
Sucks, man. Yeah, unfortunately. The contest ace, next rushing touchdown from a running back. next rushing touchdown. New Orleans back to 24%, right around where I bought them. That's unfortunate. Might see what they do with this drive and then exit it. I wasn't necessarily thinking they were going to win, but I did think they were going to pump. I got that right, but unfortunately not the rest. Yeah, so right now it's sitting at Buffalo, yes, 70%. Cleveland, yes, also at 70%, up pretty good on both of those. And then the other big one, I put my biggest bet of the day onto Chicago. Again, I think at some point they're going to jump to 40, 50% odds, if not win that game. And I think that's
I like the
scared money
Bears
from
as an
big one.
outright winner, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
I think that is a game that people should be watching. I think the way that they've been playing feels disrespectful that they're as low as they are. I want to take a quick look here. It looks like the Colts just forced a stop on the Jaguars. It looks like the Bills are 3rd and 1. Here is a really important moment here in this game. Down 3 points, minute 37 left on the clock in the third quarter. And they passed that ball to
Bills.
Keon Coleman.
Yes, sir.
So
Massive drop in the Bills' chance all of a sudden. I'm wondering if there's a potential turnover that just happened. They just went from 70 to 49 like instantly.
Oh yeah, look at this. Look at that. That must have
What the
been
heck?
off the backs of the James Cook touchdown being overturned, and then I'm sure that there was some sort of penalty that backed them up a little bit. It's the only thing.
No, this just happened, brother.
Oh
This
yeah,
just
I can see that. Yeah, this is the dip. This first dip is the downturn. So something right here must
Yeah.
happen.
Yeah, Ace said that the Cook TD was called back
Cook
because of
just fumbled
holding.
into the end zone.
No way. That
Oh
is
my.
insane to do
James
it
Cook on the
basically
door.
back to back.
Heartbreak
My
for our
God.
FDF fans. Let's
My God.
head back to this and let's see the implications there. So Cook now stopped twice on what could have been an additional 6 points. You're looking at somebody who's just
Oh.
outside of the top 5 by 2 points. That score would have launched him into second place above Chase Brown.
Bro, we also have Ace and Palmer both taking Cook for the next rushing touchdown.
No.
Just a few minutes ago. Guillotine as well. Everybody saw what seemingly was inevitable. Snake took King Henry. Unfortunately, he also got vultured by the passing game there. Dusk also taking Henry.
It
Not
looks
going to
like
work
the
out
only
yet.
active bet is Bijan Robinson. So as it stands right now, you have time to place the bet. There's one bet that is alive, or one prediction that is alive, and it is Bijan Robinson to score the next TD. Devon A. Chain questionable to return. Every other prediction was either King Henry or Dalvin Cook. King Henry gets vultured by Isaiah Likely in the end zone. It's a passing play, and Dalvin Cook scores a touchdown, but it's not a touchdown, then fumbles on the 1 yard line on what should have been a touchdown. At the very least, the Falcons do have the ball. So maybe you're right. If you haven't bet yet, I'm just saying, or made your prediction yet, I'm just saying Bijan Robinson and the Falcons are at their own 30. They have 70 yards to go to get into that end zone. There is 15 other running backs in position to score. Feels a little bit better. You've got plenty of opportunity to make that prediction. And it looks like Cam Ward.
Oh my God. How did he get that off?
Cam Ward is a big
crazy.
man. That is crazy.
I have a hypothetical here from Palmer. Would you rather have have to tackle Derrick Henry or be tackled by Micah Parsons? What do you
I
think?
would rather be tackled by Micah Parsons 11 times out of 10 opportunities. I'll give you one extra tackle for free. There are, like, people make decisions. There's a joke, cornerbacks have to make a business decision when it comes to tackling a running back. Linebackers are making business decisions when it's Derrick Henry. You don't tackle Derrick Henry. You don't want to be hit by that man. He is an absolute freak of nature. He's bigger than everybody else. He's faster than everybody else. Give me Micah Parsons. Give me Myles Garrett. Give me Aaron Donald. Give them all three at once. I'm still not trying to tackle Derrick Henry.
I'm inclined to agree with you. I wanted you to take it first because I was afraid that I was wildly off, but that was exactly my thought process. I think that sounds terrifying.
I think people misunderstand how fast he is as well. Like, leading into the season, you're seeing, as we're talking, Tyler Algier, the lion's share of the carries. We did see Bijan Robinson come up limp a little bit earlier in the game, so maybe that injury is nagging him could just be a rest series. People don't realize how fast Derrick Henry is. Up until 2025, every single year, he would have had 1 or 2 carries in the top 5 fastest carries of the entire season. The guy is ridiculously fast.
That is crazy, man. We're also seeing the Steelers starting a drive off all the way at the 25, their own 25. Looks like they're going to get backed up even more by a holding call. This is why almost every week I take the Steelers at the open. I wait for them to get something resembling a lead, and then I exit because every single week we're going to let people back into the game. We've done it all year long. We always do okay, whether it's a defensive score or an offensive score in the first half. And unfortunately, we just don't know how to win football games. It looks like the Ravens are going to come back in this one too.
Looks like Lamar Jackson in 4th. Not a lot of action on the QB side. It's been quiet. Another flag on a big play for the Colts. Looks like there's probably going to be a holding penalty there. Dalton Kincaid now in first spot, 11.8 points, actually tied with Ferguson. I'm wondering how the tiebreakers work in that scenario. Looks like it was actually an illegal formation on the Colts there. Tyler Warren still holding on to that 3rd spot, that final scoring spot with only 3.7 points. A truly pathetic day.
That's disgusting. Yeah. Yeah. Looks like McBride and Kittle are still going to have their day in the sun before this week is all settled, given that they've done it every other week and now there's even less for them to overcome.
Looks like a few games here are just on the cusp of the 4th quarter. I thought 2 Steelers players were fighting each other just now, but I guess
me too.
that was just them in a warm-up rep. That was really weird to look at. Jonathan Taylor with a dump off, but no, he gets a few yards here. Nothing crazy.
Yeah, it feels like all the games are slowing down a little bit now as we're about to break into some of the first 4th quarters. But a few of the games, like you mentioned earlier, like Steelers got into halftime really late, Colts and Jags got into halftime really late. A good handful of blowouts already. How much do you think that the quarterback issues now for the Colts are going to end up also impacting Jonathan Taylor's stock? Is that going to be massive for him?
Yeah, so I mean, Jonathan Taylor's Jonathan Taylor. He's a superstar wide receiver or running back. We saw him last year with what was a pathetic cast of Colts quarterbacks. Still have 1450 rushing yards. I think it was like 1700 total yards from scrimmage and about a dozen touchdowns. He is going to score. He's going to be a player who places in that top 5 on a weekly basis. He's probably not going to be the player who wins a given week without Daniel Jones. I think so much of what made the running game so good early in the season for the Colts was Daniel Jones and the ability to run and the threat of him running. I think when you remove that from play, you bring in Riley Leonard, a quarterback who really made his college career just handing the ball off to running backs and never really a threat. You take a lot away from what the offense was built to be. I am worried about Jonathan Taylor. If I'm a fantasy owner, I'm worried about Jonathan Taylor. If I'm a FootballDotFun owner, he's still going to score. He's still going to earn you points. He's still going to earn you TP on a weekly basis. He's likely not going to win you weeks, which is a far cry from the guy who was winning every other week leading into, week 8 or 9.
New Orleans starting to pick it up now, about to enter the red zone. That field is absolute mud. This reminds me of some of the Steelers games that I've seen, known for having some of the worst fields in the business are the Bucks and the Steelers. But with that being said, that game is still pretty juicy to me, man. I don't know. I've never had faith in New Orleans. They're obviously a dreadful team, but for whatever reason, they've been able to hang around late in a lot of these. And I think if they score here, I might exit my bet with an entire 4th quarter still to go. The Browns also completely unable to pull away to this point. But with that being said, they are still a heavy favorite. It's just getting ugly in a lot of these games. Shedeur Sanders almost with 200 yards, 2 touchdowns, but only 11 passes. So, or 11 completions, I should say. Also, the Steelers 3rd and 5. This is going to kind of make or break our ability to stay in this game, in my opinion. We're 20 to 16, but we have this bad habit of having these like 4th and outs that basically just put us behind, give the ball back way too quickly, and then the game just snowballs from there.
Another deep shot, and it's caught.
Hey,
wow, huge play.
Calvin Austin, you love to see it. Aaron Rodgers, man, he has been overthrowing everything for like 3 or 4 weeks. It is a huge relief to see him have something resembling accuracy in this game. That makes me incredibly happy.
This field is, you're right, just
Bro,
atrocious.
they showed a close up and like it's insane. They're literally in the trenches right now. Literally in the trenches.
Let's take a quick recap of our scoring plays here. We're going to go to break in about 4 minutes. Recharge, bring Dub on for a power hour, the witching hour. Final fourth quarter of all of these 1 o'clock games. Colts game about halfway there. Steelers game about halfway there. A couple of games now starting to climb in. The Bills game just touched in. Huge run by Travis Etienne. Zach Ertz gets carted off earlier in the day. That's likely a career for Ertz. It's a sad thing to say, but 33 years old, the number of injuries that he's had, it's not a good thing. Here's a no-look pass from Aaron Rodgers. That's actually disgusting. Holy shit.
Dude, I love that.
Here's the James Cook fumble. So he literally gets to the 1 yard line and drops that ball. I don't believe since 3:01 when Sam called it 16 minutes, we still do not have a running back to score. And here's oh, geez, this is the Zach Ertz hit, and this is disgusting. Look at this.
Yeah,
like bends like a rubber band, and then JJ McCarthy take the lead 24-0, man.
Yeah, that Redskins bet is definitely going to be the one that makes me feel the worst. Looks like the Saints have to settle for a field goal. Let's see if they can do it in this slop. They do right down the middle. Okay, tie game. What does that bring the Kalshi odds to, Knock?
We are looking at, wow, still the Bucks at 69%.
Whoa.
TJ Hawkinson with a touchdown. Looks like a passing play that's from JJ McCarthy. The reverse concussion continues to be the best thing that's happened to this man. Guy can't play football to save his life. Misses 4 games with a concussion. Comes back. Best football player in the country.
Oh man, I don't want to do you like this, Knock. I know you're not necessarily an Indianapolis fan. You're just a Colts fan, but just pull that one up real quick. My God.
Did Clark go down?
Steelers touchdown to Jalen Warren. Of course, as I say, Jalen Warren probably needs to end up getting replaced. He ends up in the end zone, but I think it was a pass. Yes, it was a pass, and it was a long one. My God.
This is a forward pass. I want to make it very clear, just for the sake of this competition. This does not count. 301, the next rushing touchdown by a running back will win a legendary pack. This does not count. That was a 40-yard passing play to Jalen Warren. That's also now the 5th passing play for Aaron Rodgers of 30 yards or more, something that nobody would have expected coming into the day. Jags 32 here at half.
I know that I'm not the sharpest tool in the shed, and I know I also have a lot of inverse homerism where I complain a lot about the Steelers. But that line opening at 30% for the Steelers when we're both 6-6 teams just seemed downright absolutely disrespectful. Like, you still at the end of the day have Aaron Rodgers and TJ Watt.
Yeah.
30%. Just if we only suited those two dudes up, I'd still be like, yeah, 30% sounds about right. Yeah.
It's hard to argue with that. Okay, we've got a couple things here happening. So pivotal moment here in the Jags-Colts game. Jags convert on this. The Colts are probably done anyway, but you're likely going to bury them here on this 4th and 1 conversion. I just noticed that Dub is backstage wearing a ridiculous outfit. We're going to bring Dub on in about 10 minutes. Sam and I are going to go to break here. It does look like the Jags have converted. You're probably not going to see much of the Colts left for the rest of this game. Really, the games that are still in flux, Cleveland and Tennessee, 3-point game. You've got a tie game down in Tampa Bay. You've got a 3-point lead and the ball in favor of Cincinnati. That is now about 4 minutes into the 4th quarter. That's the game that is the furthest ahead. The Jets and Finns will check in quickly. That game is over. We've got the Commanders-Vikings game. That game is over. We've got the bottom of this game, which is Steelers and Ravens. Looks like this is a little bit out of sync here, but that game is close. We're talking, I believe it's what, 13 points, Sam, or 7 points now. Yeah, it's an 11-point difference with the Steelers ahead off the backs of that Jalen Warren touchdown. And then the final game we're going to check in on is that Colts-Jags game. Like we said, Jacksonville now climbing up to 97%. If you made a prediction there, you're looking pretty good. It's probably Travis Etienne hours, which is something that we will monitor over the course of the witching hour. He's in garbage time. We've talked about garbage time. It's an extended garbage time. It's 17 minutes of in-game time. ETN is likely going to
the
get
entire Dolphins game has just been
garbage time. It is going to be a lot of Travis Etienne to end this. Sam and I are going to go to break. We will be back in about 8 minutes with Dub for the witching hour. Catch you guys soon.
See you guys soon.
All right, we are back. Okay, I thought I was still muted here, but we're good. We're good. We're safe. I realized that the light decided to take a break as well. We're going to turn that on. Let's take, Sam, a really quick look at lines. Dub, I see you behind. I see you got your matcha. I see Tony laying on the couch. We're going to bring you up in a second. Looks like you're ready. I want to talk really quickly about a couple of these games, things that we want to watch.
Dude.
So, what happened? What did you see in the break? I saw right out of the gate, Colts are dead, Jets are dead. Looks like the Falcons are dead. The Colts are definitely dead off the backs of that score. What are you looking at, Sam? What caught your eye over that 8-minute break there?
Really interesting moment in the Steelers-Ravens game. Ravens player almost got tackled 2.5 times, and it looked like he maybe kept the leg up. I'm not 100% sure. Oh, no,
looks like
the
that
elbow
elbow's
does go
down, yeah.
down. Okay, not a big deal. The other thing that is shocking, Cincinnati now 83% favorites in a game where they were down to, I think, at 25% at some point. Buffalo absolutely crumbling. T. Higgins is cooking them. The fact that they let him back in the game was a little bit controversial. He hit his head again and still stayed in the game again. And then they ended up driving down the field and scoring another touchdown. So they're starting to extend their lead a bit. Cleveland also down to 36% after being at 75 for basically the last 2 quarters of football. I'm not exactly sure what happened in that game, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, that's pretty insane to see that sort of fall apart. Dub, we're going to bring you up. We're going to take a look at the FDF leaderboard, and then we are going to take something I wanted to do in week 1. We weren't quite ready for it in week 1. We're going to bring Dub up right now. Let me just change where he's speaking from. He is wearing a ridiculous hat in a ridiculous room, and I am so excited to have him on the show. Dub.
Sorry, this is maybe the greatest headline I've ever seen in my entire life. Brosmer throws 4 interceptions as Vikings get shut out for the first time. Sorry, Dub. Welcome
That's
in,
wild,
brother. Good
dude.
to see you.
Thanks for the intro, Sam. You're so good at them, dude. I really appreciate it. Great to be here.
Dub, you look great. The camera looks great. The setup
feel
looks
great.
great. Tony looks like he's taking a nap in the back there. Awesome.
Tony's on TikTok. He's having a good time.
Incredible. That's what we love to see.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so what we've got here and what we've got going on right now. Really quick, we're going to take a quick peek at FDF, where we stand going into this final hour of games. We're going to then look at the playoff machine, something that I love to do at this time of the year, especially because so many games have playoff implications. We're looking at Josh Allen just 2.5 points back of Dak Prescott. He could take that number 1 spot by the end of the 1 o'clock slot. There's maybe 9 minutes left of game clock in that game. The only other active players who are in the top 5, Lamar Jackson, Baker Mayfield, Jared Goff, and Dak Prescott, still holding on to their placements after week 1. Sam, I will get that sorted for you. Oh, I'm showing you this. Yeah, 1 second. Great. What we got from the running back perspective, Jahmyr Gibbs, we knew this coming into really the 1 o'clock games. It still holds true. He is going to most likely be your number 1 running back at the end of week 14. Etienne, Brown, A-Chain, Warren, all active. Javonte Williams falls out of that top 5. What just happened, Sam?
Josh Allen just waltzes in after breaking off a 35-yard
No
running
way.
touchdown. That's going to be huge.
Now puts him within 3, 7:30 left on the clock. And look what this does to Josh Allen. You're going to see this number change in a second here. That'll pop up. Josh is probably sitting on 30 points. My brother just texted me. He's a diehard Bills fan, obviously to tell me about how Josh Allen is the best quarterback that's ever played football. In the tight end spot, still just disgusting as ever. Dalton Kincaid jumps into 1. Ferguson sitting in 2. Tyler Warren still holding on to that 3 spot with less than 4 points. Really a disgusting showing. Mark Andrews, after his new contract, doing nothing at all. In the wide receiver slot, this has completely changed over the course of this day. CeeDee Lamb held on. Amon-Ra St. Brown held on. Michael Pittman starting to climb back up. It is garbage time in that Colts game. I would not be surprised to see Michael Pittman climb into the top 5. It's probably going to end up happening. BTJ likely not going to score. That game is too far. Probably time for Travis Etienne. Khalil Shakir maybe has an outside chance. Right now, the interesting thing here is DK Metcalf in first place, holding off JSN, I don't think anybody was expecting that to happen. Jalen Waddle playing below freezing in a game. Historically, his quarterback has been unable to throw the ball in that type of weather. Seems that he's now learned how to throw the ball in that type of weather. That rounds out where we're at now. Dub, walk us through it, man. What do you got on? What sort of predictions do you have this week? Are you
Dude,
in
I've been on
in
a
response?
ride. Oh yeah, dude. Pull up the Indianapolis
And-
Jacksonville.
Oh,
Cal Shape
no.
You're gonna hold
He's
that in a
betting the
second here.
Colts.
Literally, as we're talking, Jackson Smith and Jigba just jumps. They probably just scored. He is now in first place once again on an
JSN
absolute tear.
second.
The other thing that is really important to understand about that is JSN now has crossed that 100-yard threshold. That is a +3 to the points that he's
Oh,
at.
we like
One
that.
quick look. Josh Allen now leapfrogs Dak Prescott well into first place. He was our must-start quarterback. He was also the quarterback we thought we would have the best quarter. Looks like we've played that perfectly so far. Tell me about the Colts-Jaguars game, Dub.
So I came in for Jags because just left Jags, so it just felt right. Underdog pick, you know me. Took the early 30%, then bought it. I like traded it perfectly. Insane positions that I was able to get there. Held it all the way through the 99. And then Johnny came on and was saying, all in on, I can't even remember what the word was anymore, schedule.
Yep.
So
Oh, yeah.
scooped that up literally as he said it. I was like, okay, great. That's working out great for me. And then my witching hour decision was to pick up everything as it hit 1%. So I got 1% across the board on all the 1%ers, and I'm hoping 2 to 3, is what I'm looking at. So I got my eyes on it. Just that's the best way to play these. It seems like
you are running those into the dust. I guess the 1%ers right now. We're taking a quick look. That's the Falcons. It's the Colts.
Yep.
It's the Commanders. Or maybe the Jets. Those teams are all out of the competition.
I'm feeling good about the Colts. That's all that's really left for me.
Well,
here.
hey, we've got another maybe catch by Michael Pittman. It looks like a 50-50 ball. Quick reminder. Wow, looks like the Jags have come up with an interception of Riley Leonard. That probably buries the Colts right on cue. Dub. Yeah, looks like an interception.
You just got to believe, Colts fans. Come on.
I don't believe anymore. We're dead.
No.
Leave us alone.
2%.
New Orleans now at a 60% chance to win. Don't say I didn't warn you, brother.
Let's
This
take
is
a
crazy.
really quick look there, and we're gonna hop right back into the screen with Dub. New Orleans now 62. They're above Tampa Bay with the ball. They are marching. They're in the fourth quarter. 8 minutes and 34 seconds left. Back to Dub. Okay, couple of games now. Every single game in the 1 o'clock slot has now entered the fourth quarter. The Vikings Commander game is at the 2-minute warning. That game is done. It's 31-0. The Commanders have lost that game. Put a wraps on that. 2 of those games now are under 10 minutes remaining, or 3 of them rather. You've got 8:27 left in the Seahawks-Falcons game, 7:27 left in the Bengals-Bills game, and just about 8:30 in the Saints-Buccaneers game. That Saints-Bucks-Bengals-Bills game, really interesting. This interception might actually not be an interception. It looks like it's a 50-50 ball that goes to the wide receiver. Colts might still have some life here. To me, that looks like a Michael Pittman catch.
Yeah, unless it leaves his hands at any point there and then he grabs back on, which it doesn't look like happens.
Yeah.
The tie, simultaneous possession is what they call it, and that always goes to the offense. So if it looks like a tie, the offense is going to get it. I'm exiting New Orleans here. I was actually able to just now get them at 64%, and Tyler Shuck, he
off a ridiculous play.
Sacks and goes in for the touchdown. I was about to say, what a great move. Right before he gets sacked, ends up with a miracle play. That's insane, dude. I'm happy. Dude. I got a 2x off it. That was all I wanted from New Orleans. Like Knox said, betting against Baker at home in the fourth quarter, typically not something you want to do, so I'm willing to take the free money.
Yeah.
I've been eyeballing the Jets game as well, too. That one hit down to the 1%. Jets hit up to 3% here. So, feeling pretty good.
Dub,
Not yet. I'm looking for the 4.
Talk to us about the size. Is that what you're chasing? You're chasing for a 4x on the position. Are you riding those into the dust? Do you leave the position at all? Or is it just at that point?
No. At this point, it's the ones that look real bad. I put in orders at 2 or sell orders at 2 for those positions to just, if I can get the 2x, great. I'll lower them to 1. as things look down, as people look to just exit. I might just, eat some fees. Otherwise, the Jets one, I'm kicking myself. I should have had some open sell orders at the 3. Can definitely like also tier it as well. There's many options to trade these. So yeah, and it's just small potatoes on this. I'm taking profits that I've secured from the positions earlier and just using those.
Love it.
Shador Sanders took a massive sack. Looks like the Browns again are going to have to punt. They are plummeting in odds. But again, whenever you take 2 terrible teams, you can never guarantee too much that one is going to perform that well. Jamar Chase.
Wow.
Another 16 yards. What's he at now? What's his yards for this game? I don't think he scored a touchdown. Oh, there is a flag though.
I would imagine that's unsportsmanlike conduct for the taunting there. Let's bring up this Bengals-Bills game. It looks like we've got... Where's Jamar Chase at? Jamar Chase is well below the 100 mark. He is sitting at a total of 44 receiving yards. If that was not inclusive, is that what just happened?
Oh, Buffalo with a pick 6. Burrow couldn't get it over the defender, tipped it to himself. We saw this exact same play in the Vikings game, I think it was. Yeah, Jaden Daniels, the same thing, trying to get a little dump off pass, kind of a screen. Defender tips it up in the air, easy catch, nobody there.
That is
run it right back
absurd.
Home. Well, Bills back to 72% odds. I knew
let's take a quick look at that. We don't have it. We've got the Steelers game still up. I'm going to swap that out really quick. Dub, we still hear you. You can still talk to us. You're just off cam. Yeah, look at this. Look at the mark on this right now. Watch this chart. It has literally just been all day long trading back and forth. We talked about this a couple weeks ago, but if you want to trade momentum, this is the best way to do it. Use Kalshi, use Polymarket, make those predictions, and see how this plays out.
Can I just pat myself on the back one more time? Look at that New Orleans chart, bro. Bring that back. Bring that shit back, Knock.
I brought Doug back, send him right back.
Look at that.
Oh yeah.
At half, I was like, this is a little bit disrespectful to the boys in New Orleans. Buy that shit, and then the only time it crosses, the only time in 3.5 quarters, and your boys there. Amazing play from the Buffalo defender. I'm not even sure who that was.
It was Christian Benford. He was the player who had Benford had that massive play earlier in the game that blew up Joe Burrow.
Tampa's going up, dude. It's flipping back already. I picked up Tampa on the dip. Yes.
What we got here? We got the Jags moving into Colts territory. I'm watching on 2 different monitors, watching my team get smacked in 2 different locations here. Look at this.
Oh, that's a bummer.
And that's Tim Patrick again, the man that Sam had never heard of prior to this game, going off. 60 yards, a touchdown. That's what we call a sleeper. We're going to pull up some clips. We've missed a few scoring plays. I want to kind of do a little bit of a debrief here and walk through them. We're going to go to this box. I have not turned Dub on. There we go. This camera is now on. All right.
Wait, have we gotten a running touchdown yet from any of the FDF players? That was the open.
Yeah, so that was open. That was at 3:01. It's been 42 minutes right here. We're going to scroll through here. So let me go back 40 minutes, and we're going to watch everything that we've missed.
Okay.
Quite a few things, actually. Let's go right. I think this was the last thing we saw. Yeah, Nick Emenwari picking it off for the foul for the Seahawks. That was right before break. This is J.J. McCarthy. This was off to T.J. Hawkinson. Does not count. This is the James Cook losing it on the goal line. Here's the Jalen Warren, remember, did score a touchdown, but he scored a receiving touchdown. Does not count for the competition. This was what Sam and I were talking about earlier. Look at this stuff. Look at this. Cam Ward, big bro, little brothering this man, throwing him to the floor, and still has the opportunity to get that ball thrown out of bounds, not take a sack here. This was the pass that we saw. Again, this does not count. It is a running back score. This was a pass play. Another big one for the Steelers.
Cam Ward just threw another laser, 20 yards in the snow, pick up the first down. The Titans are doing it, man.
Cooper Kupp scores a touchdown there for the Seahawks, buries that team. There has been no running back plays, no running back scores. Also, Dub, you missed this earlier, but Michael Pittman scores a touchdown, ends up being a flag.
Yeah.
It's not a touchdown. Watch him kill this
Oof.
cameraman. Oh,
Oh,
Smacks his
I
head.
heard you guys say that, and I was concerned. I thought he really killed the guy, but
the
looks
way
like
that
he
man
walked
hit-
away from it.
The way that man hit his head, who knows? Oh,
Who
here it
knows?
is. Tony Pollard. I don't believe that this counts. I don't believe Tony Pollard
Honestly-
is on FTF.
My God, Buffalo gets the turnover. Now up 4 points with the ball. Joe Burrow in absolute shambles. The odds just skyrocketed. Buffalo now like 98% chance of winning.
That's
Dub
insane.
hammering that line, I'm sure.
I'm ready. Yeah, I'm picking it up now. The crazy thing was when that cameraman got hit, the concussion protocol odds went up 20%.
Yeah. they put the cameraman in concussion protocol. Looks like Joe Burrow tipped at the line again. It's the same thing. Tipped at the line. A little bit different this time because it wasn't a screen, but he gets the arm up and then absolutely locked in is one of the linebackers to pick that one off. Great scoring position. Bucky Irving on 4th and 1. They go for it at the 20 and he gets it. Huge for the Bucks' chances here.
So remind you, Tony Pollard had scored, not on FTF, does not count.
Yep.
JJ McCarthy. This was another
Ooh.
passing touchdown to a tight end. We got another interception from Witherspoon. This is the 4th time now this game that I believe Kirk Cousins has been picked off. And now we're getting closer to where we are. This was the Shedeur Sanders interception that we chatted about. This is classic Shedeur Sanders. 47 minutes back there. Still throws the ball to the wrong team. Josh Allen with the rushing TD. A rushing touchdown, not a running back.
Yeah.
Does not count. What do we got? We have no rushing touchdowns from a running back still. So it has been now 45 minutes. Again, Sam and I have cursed all scoring positions.
This
Tyler
is
Shutt,
crazy.
Christian
That is
Benford.
savage.
Yeah, back-to-back plays by the Bills D. This is insane. And here's the second one.
I'm picking up a little bit of the Ravens here.
Okay.
I like the odds. They're basically 2-1 odds that they're gonna lose. I think that at some point they do something here that makes
Right.
those odds spike, and I'll just exit. But they need a touchdown and a 2-point conversion, which I think is part of why those odds are so bad. So if they score the touchdown, I'll just exit on the touchdown, hopefully before they
Man,
Oh,
there's
no.
nothing I believe in more than your predictions against Pittsburgh, bro.
Emeka Egbuka just dropped a touchdown
No
pass
way.
that Tony laying on the couch right now could have caught. Tony, I'm throwing you that ball. You're going to catch this ball. Emeka Egbuka drops a wide open.
Oh.
He beats his corner so bad that he's not even in the frame.
Jesus.
That's
Oh,
wild.
right off the fingertips.
That's the worst drop of the year.
That's disgusting.
Oof.
My phone is blowing up right now from all the Bills fans. In Toronto, the de facto NFL team, you typically fall into like 1 of 3 categories. You're a Steelers fan, you're a Pats fan, you're a Bills fan. The Bills fans, much like the Bills fans from Buffalo, are the loudest, the most obnoxious, the most fun to be around if you're watching football. I got a lot of those in my family right now. The family group chat going nuts off the backs of those 2 plays.
The Ravens take the field goal, now a 5-point lead for the Steelers. 7 minutes left. It's going to be interesting to see if the Steelers can do anything on offense or if we just give them the ball back and pray to the God called TJ Watt.
I'm looking in a rough spot on my Tampa pickup. Picked up at 35, down to 25.
Man, if Emeka
Need some-
Egbuka took that fucking ball anywhere except for the dirt, you would be in a great spot right now. Buffalo now sitting at a 94% chance.
Looks like there might be a pass interference call in this play. I'm not sure how that was not called. And the Bucks are outside of scoring range. Baker Mayfield just incensed right now. Definitely should have been a PI. Cade Otton is getting mauled. That guy's got both hands on his right arm.
Jesus. Yeah, that's
What's up, yeah? You still streaming?
Yeah.
ridiculous.
Which pizza
Man,
do you want?
Cleveland now all the way down to a 13% chance, dude. That is disgusting.
We've now got that is pretty crazy. We've got there's 10 minutes left in the Browns-Titans game. The Commanders game has ended. That game is done. Sorry about your position there, Dub. and there are 4 minutes
Yeah.
or less in 4 games. The Seahawks, Falcons, the Bills, Bengals, the Jets, Dolphins, and the Saints, Buccaneers, all with about 4 minutes to go. Those games are going to be wrapping up here shortly. The Bills are second in goal.
Cooks is sitting on the line. I can't believe after 2 fumbles, one which was saved by a holding or by a, I don't know, out of bounds, I guess. It was also a holding penalty, but that's not why I was saved. And then actually fumbling on the goal line. And they're here with 96% odds and they're still handing him the ball on the goal line. You got to be crazy, dude.
This could also, I believe this will be the first score by a
This will
running
be
back
it.
if this goes in. Now that I've said that, surely it's not going to happen.
Oh, he makes to the 2.5.
Third and goal. The Bengals need to come out of here with just a field goal or they are absolutely buried. Shedeur Sanders. That's Dylan Sampson.
Oh.
The rookie Dylan Sampson
Oh, we need fumbles.
fumbles the ball off
no.
to Gray.
Hey,
Wow.
unreal.
And the
Wow.
Titans now have the ball inside the 30 of the Cleveland Browns. Keep in mind that Cleveland Brown game, I'm going to bring this up right now, but I believe Myles Garrett is now 1.5 sacks back of the record.
Still 9 minutes left. Has a chance to get another sack or 2.
You know, it's crazy that when you search up, it does look like there might be a safety transpiring here in the Colts-Jags game that would put the Jags ahead by like 23 points. It sucks to be the Browns. When you search Browns up in Google, the first thing that comes up is the shoe company, not the team. For any other team, you get the team immediately. It does look like Myles Garrett is just 1.5 sacks back. That could happen today. Maybe a little unlikely, but still within the realm of possibility here.
Big 3rd and goal here for the Bills. Knock, are you running this or passing this?
The math would say passing it is probably the move. It's the same reason why you saw the Seahawks go for it in the Super Bowl. The math can fuck off. You should probably run this ball. And it does look like Josh Allen. It was a design pass play.
Oh, he passes it.
Converted. There it is.
Is that Kincaid again?
Dalton Kincaid. Now,
That's
is that yeah, it does look like a touchdown.
Oh, wait. Oh, the graphic says Dawson Knox. But I'm pretty sure they fucked up the graphic.
Yeah, that I was
That's
like, that is
that's
not.
wild. I wonder how many people that messes up in fantasy football in one foul swoop.
And this is not a catch.
Oh, he dropped it.
This is not a catch.
Dang. The
Wow.
bobble is going to mean that is actually huge for the Bengals.
Is there no challenge flag? Somebody.
Wait. Buy Bengals. Buy Bengals if you can, because it hasn't switched
good
yet.
Call.
Oh, wait.
No way.
Buy
Oh,
Bengals,
fuck.
yeah. Has not opted on FDF, so they're not getting the API call either. Dalton Kincaid does not have another additional 6 points.
Wow.
Oh, it just switched. Dang, I missed it by a hair.
Oh, you did? I got
The
it.
Jags, for the record, did get the safety. That catch from Dalton Kincaid did not count. The Bills are 4th and goal. Offense on the field. It does look like they're going to go for this.
Of course. Go Bills.
There's no reason not to, right? I mean,
Yeah.
you lose the tie, but if you win, it's a 2-score game. You force the Bengals to score a touchdown quick, and they need to recover an onside kick. So you got to go for broke here. If you kick a field goal, all the Bengals need to come back in this game is a touchdown. Looks like the Bills may have jumped.
No way. Oh, is it? What the heck? Really weird looking play, and then it's what? That was so
I think the
awkward,
Bills
man.
just got away with one here. Jackson Hawes. Who's that? Nobody knows.
Oh my god. They still look confused. Wow.
I mean,
Right.
trading's pretty stagnant. 1% change over the couple minute.
Damn. If they don't get that, literally goes from 5% odds to 50% odds instantly.
Really?
Like a huge swing. Like you have to take that. You know, I think one of the things I wanted to talk about too, especially in the witching hour, so much of this, and I am not a good bettor, not financial advice, but the one thing that I do know is you have to be willing to take outsized reward against the cost of that potential outsized reward. And whenever you see opportunities like that, you have to bang it. Like literally being at 5% for a 4th down, like 4th and what are the odds knock on 4th and 2.5?
Not good.
Yeah, and it's
not
even
good.
harder in the red zone where you don't
Yeah.
have enough space in the back to throw it deep. So literally, you're dealing with like a 40% chance that you like, or I guess a 60% chance that you 2x your money because it's a 40% chance that they get or 9x your money. It's
Yeah.
pretty ridiculous in that case.
Yeah.
You're right. It does look like a safety on the Colts.
Yeah, it was ruled an incomplete pass on the challenge from the Jaguars, so that will be a safety on the Colts. Does look like a fumble in the Colts-Jags game, but it may have been recovered by the Jags. It was fumbled, it seems, like by Travis Etienne. Oh, no, it was
Oh,
the actual
no.
returner.
Insane play. Oh, no, the Ravens get one of the most bizarre interceptions I've ever seen in my entire life. Another deflection at the line.
This doesn't even look like an interception, dude. This looks like he just robbed
Wait.
a man.
Oh, you got to challenge that, or this has to be reviewed because it's simultaneous possession between Aaron Rodgers, the quarterback, and the defender. He caught his own pass and his knee was down.
No shot.
That is insane. I have
So,
never seen that.
That will move Josh Allen, by the way, another passing touchdown, well into first place here in 36 points. That play that you're talking about in the Steelers game, I'm going to look for it, see if we can bring up the clip, and just give people a visual on the ridiculousness that just transpired there in that game.
That play is also causing a 10% swing, like immediately. It's wild.
I think the play already like came to completion, and then I'm pretty sure we just punted. But holy crap. Honestly, one of the most ridiculous plays I've ever seen in my entire life. The Saints now with the ball again with a 4-point lead at their own 35. Bucks have to stop them here, 3rd and 5. Are they going to be able to do it?
Yeah, so with this, you now have to figure you've got quite a few games that have, if not actually resolved, likely resolved. Of the 8 games in this window, you basically have the Titans-Brown games. That game is alive. The Saints-Bucks game is tied with 2 minutes and 50 seconds left. Those teams are alive. Ravens-Steelers, it's a 12-point game. Still a chance for that to play out. And now you've got to figure with 2 minutes and 25 seconds left on the clock, the Bills have probably put away the Cincinnati Bengals. They have fought the good fight today, but it looks like it was not enough for that team.
Does this mean the Bengals are out? You guys have been saying
Bengals are dead. This was a must-win game. Bengals are dead. The AFC North is now almost certainly a 2-team race between the winner of really whoever wins this game is going to have a massive advantage. Now, that does change is the Bengals with a healthy Joe Burrow have the opportunity to play spoiler, and they can really hurt both the Steelers and the Ravens and stop both teams from making it in. One team has to make it through the AFC North. There's a chance that both teams can still make the playoffs at this point, but they've got a chance. The Steelers now only down 5. I'm sorry, only ahead
I don't know,
5
dude.
Ravens.
We're seeing a 6% chance on Bengals. As soon as you were saying Bengals were dead, I'm like, maybe I'd pick up something here.
So what they need to do is kick onside kick. Chase Brown with the ball in his hands drops it in the end zone.
My God. Insane play too from the New Orleans wide receiver to be able to scoop this ball up off the turf, end up converting that 3rd and 5, and now they have a fresh set of downs. They might be able to run most of the clock out there.
The thing is, the Bengals, regardless of what happens here, taking a shot deep at the end zone to T. Higgins, who catches the ball one-handed.
He does it again, man. T. Higgins is
the
truly
reverse concussion for T. Higgins now, it seems.
That's right, dude.
Insane.
The most bullish thing that can happen to a player is a concussion these days. That was beautiful.
Perfect coverage, too.
This is maybe pass interference, too. Holding one of the arms down. Oh, it's definitely pass interference.
This is insane. Perfect coverage. Still interferes.
Catches it in the
Still catches it. So,
my God.
Hey, Dub, they're not dead, but they definitely need to convert. So, one really interesting piece. King Henry with a big run here. I still don't believe we have a rushing touchdown. Am I wrong in saying that?
I haven't seen one, man. Everybody's saying the ball.
It is
Bengals going for 2.
48 minutes. Yeah, they have to here.
Deep ball from Lamar. Joe Burrow escapes the pocket.
Joe
He's
Burrow drops
dancing.
it.
He fumbles.
Fumbled. Yeah.
Oh my
So
god.
they need to score a touchdown now in order to win this game.
Yikes.
Still
Only
probably done.
one timeout as well. It's going to be tough. Tough sledding.
Otherwise, the Tampa Bay Saints game is picking up some action here too.
Yeah, let's go to those lines for one really quick second. Dub, you can continue to speak to us here. Danny Dimes on the sideline in street clothes. Maybe that wasn't an Achilles tear. If he is back on the sideline, it's likely that Achilles is intact. Very, very, very uncommon to see somebody come back to the sideline in street clothes off of the backs of an Achilles tear. So probably okay. Maybe not the end of the road, but definitely did not look good. You're seeing these lines. Buffalo jumps to 93%. Miami's at 99. Seattle's at 99. Dub is buying all of these teams as I'm
That
reading
is
this out.
insane, dude.
The Saints jump to 83%. Let's move that Bills game off. Steelers sitting at 72%. Really interesting line there. We really don't have a whole ton left.
Yeah.
The Titans Brown is interesting as well.
I picked up some Baltimore at 30%, honestly. Like, I still think the chances of them scoring are high. And as soon as they score the ball, like, they're going to skyrocket to 60%. So,
Man,
I don't hate it.
no, you hate your favorite team, and it's wild to me. But I'll pick up Baltimore anytime you say it.
We're going to go to the Reddit here to pull up a couple of clips. It is actually absurd to me that on the same day that we had 49 minutes from a wide receiver touchdown to be scored, we are now 59 minutes into the start of the next running back to score cam. We're going to pull up the Reddit overlay down here, see what happens here. I got the Bills game on. Let's see.
This is Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah.
Show this. This is one of the craziest plays I've ever seen in my life. Deflected. Aaron Rodgers tipped it to himself, simultaneously catches it with a DB, and his knees, somewhere in there, his knee went down while he was kind of holding the ball and therefore remained Steelers possession.
Yeah,
that's
truly
crazy.
insane. Here's the T. Higgins touchdown catch that we just saw. Unfortunate for Jamar Chase fans. T. Higgins with, I believe that's his third touchdown grab on the day.
I think his second, but he's had 3 or 4 huge plays. Yeah.
It's motion.
Baltimore 4th and 5. Baltimore near the 50. This is not the game, but it's a big piece of it. I'm actually shocked that they're going for this. Oh, and they convert. Of course they do, to fucking Zay Flowers.
We've got a text message from Nicky Dots, good friend of the show here. He sends me a screenshot of the receiving yards for the Vikings. Jordan Addison, 4 catches, 62 yards. Jaden Naylor, 3 catches, 30 yards. Justin Jefferson, 2 catches, 11 yards. That is brutal. Does not look good for
2 catches,
Jefferson.
11 yards.
Yeah, remember
How
last
did
week he
JJ
had 4 yards.
They scored 34 fucking points or something. How does JJ get 11 yards?
So
also,
what just happened?
The Bucks just dropped an absolute gift of an interception.
Oh,
the
yeah.
Bucks would have just completely turned that game around, and it just went right through his hands.
And Derrick Henry just had a terrible drop as well. Committed a real stinker there. Colts still have their starters in, so that's really interesting from a FDF perspective because there is a chance that Michael Pittman can climb into a scoring position because they continue to feed him the ball. It is more or less it's been garbage time for the better part of the last 15 minutes here, but Riley Leonard seems to really like Pittman now with 10 targets, 8 receptions, 70 yards. So he has more points through receptions than he does yardage at this point. Just gets another reception on cue. You're going to see Michael Pittman climb into that top 5. We're going to take a look at that in a quick second. Here's that T. Higgins catch. This was pretty crazy.
Big switch up in the Baltimore game just now.
I'm going to exit these Bengals shares if I can. It went from 5% to 10%. I'll take the 2x because I don't really like what I'm seeing.
I'm taking some Raven positions out at this point.
Ravens 3rd and 9 on my screen. Kalshi with the crazy fast updates. My God. Oh, they end up converting the 3rd and 9
to Zay Flowers too. That should pull him in.
God, dude. Zay is feasting.
We are going to go to FDF really quickly. I want to take a quick check of stock now that the witching hour is happening. We're watching the lines. Most of the games are done from a Kalshi prediction market perspective, very unlikely to see many big swings there. Looking at FDF, however, we do have quite a few things going on here. Lamar Jackson, 0.1 points back of third place. He's likely not going to catch Dak Prescott, but he's in a good position here to score. Alec Pierce in the Colts game goes down with an injury. Running backs position, we've got Travis Etienne still holding on to that second spot. Chase Brown still in third. Devon Achane still in fourth. Bucky Irving still in fifth. These four have not changed in about 2 hours. Who?
Sorry. Ravens wide receiver caught the ball. They're saying it's a touchdown, but he broke it up. There's no way that this is actually a touchdown. He didn't complete the process of the catch. There's no way.
What do you think?
He had it in his hands, extended.
Are we feeling about the Steelers right now?
They might give it to him on the number of steps, but I don't know.
2.25 steps.
It's Isaiah Likely as well.
Again, of course.
Second of the day, Emeka Ibuka just committed another fireable offense with the drop that he just had. That's two big plays. The Bucs are basically on their last legs here. Minute 30 left in the game. Baker Mayfield fails to convert. They're going to go for it on fourth down. Quick look at the tight end position. Dalton Kincaid still in first place. Tyler Warren still in third with 3.7. This has just been a disgusting affair from tight ends in the NFL today. And then JSN leapfrogs Metcalf. Flowers now in third place, knocking CeeDee Lamb down to fourth. That means Amon-Ra St. Brown has completely fallen off the top five.
No way.
That's a big changeup. Came into the day as number 2. Obviously, only the one game played on Thursday. Michael Pittman now only 1.1 points back of being in the top 5. Most of that off of just receptions alone. Pretty insane to see that play out.
How did the Lions put up 44 points and Amon-Ra isn't even a top 5 receiver this year or this week? That's crazy, dude. That's crazy.
It looks like the Bucs game might be over, Sam.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Baker.
It does not look like that converted.
It's over, boys.
And here come the Ravens.
Alec Pierce looked to have scored a touchdown. Looks like that was overturned as well. Sorry, Sam.
That's okay. The touchdown was pulled back for the Ravens. Looks like it's going to be about 3rd and 2. So they can get a first down and still not score the touchdown. 2.5 minutes left. I think if you're the Ravens here, you probably just want to feed Derrick Henry the ball 4 or 5 times, try to run the clock out, and hopefully punch it in at the end. Hopefully not for me, but
Josh Allen just had a big 16-yard run to convert on first down. That'll seal the game. The Bengals have lost. They cannot stop the clock, and they just have a fresh set of downs. So that game is over. Bengals, Bills wrapped up. Josh Allen with an additional 2 points that puts him to 40 on the week. Likely sitting comfy in first place there. I want to make it the point known that we still have not had a running back score.
Brother, what in the world is going on?
With the game now over in Jacksonville, the Indianapolis Colts have now lost 10 straight games in Duval, going back to 2019.
That's insane too. I thought for sure Bijan Robinson or something would sneak in a garbage time TD. They're still showing replays of this pass breakup. Way to not give up on the play. There's a lot of stuff. If you're not an avid NFL viewer, there's a lot of controversy every single year around what is a catch and what is not a catch. That's certainly going to be replayed throughout the year as a very fringe call. Usually they say
you're also going to see that in locker rooms on a Monday morning meetings. You're going to see every single cornerback coach in the NFL is going to show that play. This is what it looks like to not give up.
Oh,
wow.
Huge play
flag on
for
the
the
play,
Steelers.
though.
Yeah, big flag. What do we think? Is that defensive offsides, I assume? Oh, Baltimore odds just absolutely cratered.
Yeah, false start. That means that they're down to – that play's likely to decline. Now it's 4th and 2. They're going to have to go for it here.
Send it.
Fourth and 5. Whew. Judging by the Kalshi odds, I'm not feeling too optimistic for the Ravens, which I'm okay with as a Steelers fan.
Yeah, I don't know. I might pick up some Ravens here just to feel something and see what happens.
Well, you're gonna feel a whole lot of pain because
Oh.
that's Steelers may have got away with what looked like a little bit of a rough and tumble, but either way, that game is not done. 2-minute warning. Ravens still have 3 timeouts. They can stop that clock quite a few times still, but tell you what, it doesn't look good for them.
Man, my boys. I should have had a little bit more faith, but as is tradition, every game with the Ravens comes down to basically the very last possession. Mark Andrews slightly out of his grasp, not able to pull down the
You know what's
one-hander.
crazy? That score would have put him even there. That one catch, his only catch of the day, would have put him into 3rd place, into scoring position, because that's how bad the tight end position has been today.
That's crazy, man. That really is. Denver and Las Vegas now kicking off as well. This, call me a broken record. I actually think there's a chance that Las Vegas wins this game. Like Denver,
I wouldn't put it past them, dude.
Denver is a house of cards. This is a scary trap game. Steelers now lining up in single back formation. Absolutely stacked house. Everybody and their mother knows that they're running it. Let's see if they can get a first down.
See if they can get back to the line of scrimmage.
0 yards, not a great start.
You guys just have to believe.
Dub just wants everybody to enjoy football. Do we have a score? I cannot believe what we've done today.
This is wild, dude.
I feel bad
It's
for
been
the
an
people hanging
hour.
out
It's
with
been
us,
an
man.
hour and 10 minutes. People stopped making predictions 35 minutes ago. If you're watching, feel free to make another prediction. You've got it. It's available to you. Nobody is scoring.
Absolutely insane. Baltimore odds, just stuffing that one run, Baltimore jumped 10%.
Yeah.
Interesting.
We just got a comment from Guillotine, who's watching the show. Dovin's Harvey's to next RB to score. I don't know if this is a joke about the fact that the Broncos game is not in the 1 o'clock slot, or if this was an actual prediction. If it's a joke, good on you. Incredible joke. If it's a prediction, not going to fly.
You could pick Ashton Genty, though, or J.K. Dobbins. Okay, Steelers pick up 2 yards. Looks like this game is not over, given the fact that we are allergic to scoring first downs, as is tradition.
All right. So what are you thinking about? Maybe I trade some positions out at this point. I mean, as fun as it is feeling something, but
At this point, Dub, I think you're holding on for dear life. We really only have a handful of games that are still interesting. The Browns are in Tennessee territory. There's 5 minutes left in that game. They are down 14. They still have a chance.
boys, believe in my team. Just tune in. You're gonna love it. It's gonna be great.
For what? The Browns?
Oh, for the freaking Ravens, baby.
Looks like we have. So here's what we got as it stands. We have the Ravens with the ball. It looks like it's their, or no, so the Steelers have the ball, and it is basically the Ravens have one more timeout here. This is really interesting. They can stop this. They'll get the ball back. They still have the 2-minute warning. They'll have a chance to come back into this game.
Actually got a lot of time on the
A
clock
ton
still.
of time with that, and they're passing the ball. What?
And they throw it 3 yards short too. Jesus.
To
Christ.
Marquez Valdez Scantling.
Oh, I didn't even know he was on the roster. My God. My God. All right. Well, Baltimore now back to 47%. Congrats if you bought the dip on them.
Let's take a
Jesus.
look at that really
They went
quick.
from 9% to 44 in the course of 3 plays. I think too, I might be overstating this.
Oh,
but
Riley
being able
Leonard
to do-
scored. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh yeah. Being able to do that quick math on, okay, Baltimore just turned over the ball on downs. How many timeouts do they have? What is that going to leave them with, et cetera? Like if you can be the first person on Kalshi to do that math,
Right.
there was a very large chance that we did not score that first or get that first down just based off the Steelers offense always. And so I feel like if I had had a clear head, I would have picked up more Ravens, maybe not a ton, but at 9%, knowing that they could flip like that just for stopping them on a first down. That's a 4X for something that we knew that
Massive
they were
swing.
probably going to be able to do.
Yeah,
You know?
and
Thanks,
if they win
thanks for
that
talking
too,
about how smart I
you
am.
feel great. Shadur Sanders scores a touchdown on the 2-point attempt, fumbles the ball, and the Titans run it not all the way back, but they run it. I'm not quite sure what just happened there. That was
He just like
gave
pulled
up
up.
on the. No,
It's still a 1-score game, dude. That's some Titans shit.
I'm not sure what just happened there, but that's how bad franchises stay bad. We'll see what happens there in a second here. Let's go back to this.
Dusk in the comments said we should have added a no score option. We did it an hour and 20 minutes ago. It's impossible that nobody would score.
I want to make it very clear that when we started this competition, every game was in the third quarter with 10 minutes left. We're now, most games have finished. The Seahawks Falcons game done. The Vikings Commander game done. Saints Bucks game done. The Dolphins have wrapped up. The Bengals and Bills have wrapped up. There are only 4 games or 3 games left in contention here. It is the Steelers with a minute left, the Colts with a minute 25 left. That game is over. And the Titans now getting the ball back with 4 minutes on the clock, up 8. It is crazy to see the way this played out. Guillotine, now that I'm thinking about it, looking like you might actually be right. And the next player to score will probably be RJ Harvey, which is in the 4 o'clock game, which, to be fair, yes, you do get some TP for the joke, but no, I'm kidding. I understand what you're trying to go for here, but I'll say this. If RJ Harvey scores before the 1 o'clock games, you're technically still correct. So we'll have to give it there, right? Because Dobbins is an FDF available player. RJ Harvey is the next man up for Dobbins. It'll count as J.K. Dobbins points. Not exactly how we foresaw this playing out, but it looks like
we drew it up.
To be fair, they are on the
7-yard
line of
That's insane.
on the 4-yard line now with the ball. So it looks like it might be RJ Harvey. Ridiculous that it took a different window to open that up.
My God, dude. Must be at the 2-minute warning for the Steelers-Ravens game. We are watching Cleveland and Tennessee right now. The Browns are still sitting at a 5% chance, which I don't even know. I mean, this game honestly seems like 2 teams that are trying to lose. So there is a chance that the Titans literally just hand them the ball at some point. they run it downfield. I'm willing to ride out that 5%.
I'll take that 5% too. Not a problem. Pointing out too that there was 2 games that we had teams hit 1% and bounce all the way back up to 5%. The thesis is not dead.
It is interesting.
The problem on those bounces though, there is no liquidity and it's super hard to exit even when it bounces to 5%. You might only be able to exit at 3 and stuff. I'm not advanced enough to be able to sort of sort through that. I don't know if you are, Doug.
Yeah, I'm a quant.
Yeah, you can tell from the hat. The hat really seems like it's channeling your power.
Exactly. It really focuses it in the right core of the brain to make the math right on the spot.
That's right.
Well, coming from a man who just said make the math. We'll see. It's really interesting that I don't understand what happened in this Browns-Titans game, to be completely honest with you. Them pulling up on what looked like a 2-point scoop and score. Actually, on the backs of this image here, what we're going to do is we're going to play a little game as these sort of 1 o'clock window starts to slow down here. We're going to work through round week 14 and go through our pick'em here to talk a little bit about what the playoff picture looks like now that many of these games have sort of wrapped up. So let me pull this up. You should be able to see it now. Do you see? Yeah, perfect. Okay, so here's what we got. This is the playoff machine. This is my favorite thing to do in fantasy football. We know that the Dolphins win this game. So coming into this week, this is what the playoff picture looked like in these 2 conferences. If at any point in time somebody scores, one of you guys yell, especially look out for running backs.
I got you.
So we got the Dolphins have won the game.
Oh, wild swing in the Steelers game.
I was gonna say, really?
Yeah.
We got a Kalashi swing, but we haven't seen the play yet. Let's see. It's 2nd and 14. Looks like.
And then same with the Browns. Browns just shot up to 13%.
Yeah, Browns with a quick 2x.
Keep on and tell me what's going on here. Okay, so we've got the Finns have won. The Saints have won. We know that the Jags are going to win here. The Commanders lost to the Vikings. The Seahawks blew the Falcons out. The Bills won. And this is where we currently stand. Lamar Jackson just running it up 3rd and 4th down, so they have to convert there. Okay, so right out of the gate, here's what we notice. The Panthers maintain that 3rd seed. The Colts now drop down into the 7th seed. I think a Chiefs win or a Texans win would knock the Colts out of the playoffs entirely. So Chiefs need to win tonight. See how that plays out. But this is what we've got. As it stands right now, this is the playoff picture in the NFL. Couple of chains up. You see the Bears sort of lose that 1 seed. They haven't played yet today, but they're currently sitting in that 2nd seed now that the Seahawks have won and moved to 10-3. And we believe that the Patriots will likely continue to win out. So crazy things happening in the AFC. Looks like Bo Nix rushing touchdown. We still do not have a running back who has scored. And looking at the clock here, we might not get it. We might not have a running back to score.
Yeah, because there is none in Titans Browns, so it's really up to Derrick Henry. But there's almost no way they hand him the ball at this point.
Does that mean we win the tournament packs? We are the house.
We were not prepared for this.
Phil, if you're watching this still, listen, we made a prediction at 3:01 p.m. The next running back to score a touchdown would win a legendary pack on FDF. It is now 4:20. There is only 2 games left in circulation. Only 1 running back, which is Derrick Henry. He's on the move.
Sam is losing his shit right now.
We still do not have a score from a running back. It is absurd. And it looks like the Ravens have now moved in to the Steelers' territory.
Oh my god, dude.
I've seen this story too many times.
Yeah, you have. I knew this was coming. We do not believe in the Steelers here whatsoever. I'm going all in, ladies and gentlemen, on the Ravens at 18%. I believe. If there's anyone to call it, it's Sam Stefanina and the Steelers lost.
We were so close to sacking him. Of course, he escapes. They did have to spike it, so 2nd and 10 now, 30 seconds left on the clock. They got 60 yards to go. Field goal does nothing for him. There's a huge pass down the middle for about 30 of the yards, maybe 25 of the yards they needed. They're going to spike it again, 20, 19, 18, 17, 16, and a spike. They're going to have probably 3 shots at the end zone here from the 40.
There are 2 games left. It is the Steelers-Ravens with 16 seconds. And the 2-minute warning just hit in the Titans-Browns game. Now, keep in mind, Sam, there is FDF implications here. Zay Flowers is that deep ball threat. He is the field stretcher for the Ravens.
No way.
He is in scoring position. It's not unlikely that we're going to see a target there. There he is at the top of your screen.
Unlikely, Isaiah.
That's exactly. You just called it. That's what's happening here next. We know that's what we're about to watch. You can see it in Sam's eyes. It's not looking good.
I've seen this happen too many times, boys.
Okay, maybe I don't go all in on this. Maybe I take a little bit out just in case.
Yeah. Let's not get crazy here, brother.
I was feeling a little degenerate for a moment.
For a moment, for a lifetime.
Yeah, we're so back.
Ravens fan with their hands in their face. Like Knox said earlier, this is likely for the division.
Yep.
It's not 100%. Whoever loses still has a chance. But this will be the tiebreaker, and then the Steelers and Ravens are going to play each other again, I believe, at the very end of the season, which will definitely be. Yeah. But this is huge. If the Steelers win this and then win our next games, and then we go into that final game of the season against the Ravens, there's a pretty high chance that we could lose against the Ravens and still be fine. And so absolutely massive implications here for both teams. Tied at 6-6. Here we go.
That's looking like it for the Ravens.
Oh, they get a little bit closer. Now they're on the 30. 30 and out of bounds. It's going to be probably two shots of the end zone, and that's it. They might go out of bounds one more time, get a little bit closer, but Lamar definitely has the arm to throw it 30 yards at this point.
Throw it, Lamar. I believe in you.
We have not seen an update from right on cue, as I was about to say that. We've not seen an update from the Browns game. It does look like we have one now. Lamar Jackson sacked, and that's game.
Let's go.
Oh my.
And that is game. The Steelers have won. Yeah,
Wow.
that's it.
Oh.
Wrapped up. Alex
Look at that
Highsmith,
smile. It's a good day. It's officially a good day, ladies and gentlemen. Look at that.
7
That's
and
a
6.
fan.
The Steelers are now in first place in that division. Let's
I hate
Sam,
it when I lose
look
money
at,
and
here you go.
Sam's so happy
We're
about
gonna
it.
we're gonna click your Steelers right here. Watch what happens to this playoff picture as
My
it stands.
God, dude.
Baltimore is in fourth. The Steelers now jump and take their
Cle-
spot in fourth place.
The Browns having a massive comeback and chance here.
Oh,
Some
yeah.
play just happened.
Oh,
A huge run and catch from Dylan Sampson. It looks like the rookie
Wow.
running back. The Browns
Literally
are now
shooting it 10% up.
George
Yeah, they
Sanders with
sprang.
357 pass yards.
wow. No shit.
Jerome Ford looks like he got face masked.
Oh.
This is going to go down to the 1 yard line here, guys.
That is.
Dub.
How much faith do
This
you
might
have?
be a move. Well, think
Oh,
about it.
yeah.
All they need is a score. I mean, it's going to be really tight, right? Because they need to score. They need to convert on that 2-point conversion. If they can, this game's going to go to OT.
Yeah. How much faith do you have in the Browns to be able to score and get the 2-point conversion? They're at 15%. We could exit, but if they're able to pull it off, that's a 35% swing.
I'll tell you what. I don't believe in them to score, and I sure as hell don't believe in them to get a 2-point conversion to go.
Exactly. Exactly.
That's why Dub is doubling down.
Exactly.
Dub's like, that's why I just sold the house.
Unfortunately, I sold it voting against the Steelers.
And that ball hit the ground. That
Oh
was
my God, bro.
certainly was a
Oh.
throw. It was a throw of
Cleveland
the
just
football. We have now
Jumped a
entered.
little bit.
Yeah, we have now entered the 4 o'clock
All right.
window. 4:25 games kicked off. The Rams at Cardinals have just kicked off. The Packers, as I'm speaking, has just kicked off the ball to the Bears. We'll open up any of those as well. Not that anybody has made that prediction, but it looks like we're going to end this running back prediction with nothing, given there's nobody available.
I can't believe I exited the Browns to bet against the Steelers, and then this happened. The Browns are back up to 30%
Shedeur
now.
Sanders
So,
just
you
threw a
know,
touchdown pass to
Oh.
Harold Fannin Jr.,
No way.
the rookie tight end. Now it's going to
Crazy.
come down to this. This is the 2-point conversion here.
Oh, those Kalshi odds. They tell a story. They tell a story.
Guillotine says the
I mean, this
amplified
is where I
curse-
buy.
Yeah, Guillotine says the amplified curse is real. Our wide receivers took ages to score, and now every RB became allergic to the end zone.
That's insane.
So
You're
true.
welcome. Hope we helped your Sunday.
Hey, we're gonna take requests. If anybody wants us to curse a player for next week, curse a team, send it our way. Sam and I will hype them up at the beginning of the show. That way, you'll ensure that they do absolutely nothing for the remainder of that 4-hour window. The
Thank-
Browns are running the dumbest looking play I've ever seen in my entire
Oh
life.
my God.
Yeah,
Dude,
it is.
Holy shit.
Right after I bought too, dude. 7%
Yeah,
loss
right
right
down
out
to
the
one.
gate.
All right, that brings the 1 o'clock games to a close. I'm
Crazy.
going to exit Red Zone here. I want to do a quick debrief of where we are at on FDF at the end of the 1 o'clock games. As we mentioned, obviously, we wrap up the show here at the 1 o'clock windows. You still have your 4 o'clock window games. They just kicked off. All three are in progress. So you've got the Rams currently playing. You've got the Broncos in action. The Bears just kicked off. Here's where we are at the start of the day, or at the end of the day, rather. Josh Allen jumps into first place. Dak Prescott still holds on to second place. My must-sit, Lamar Jackson, making me look stupid, is currently in third spot, but just barely. I think you're likely going to see somebody, a Caleb Williams, a Pat Mahomes, climb into that top three and sort of boot him out of the ranking there. From a running back perspective, Jahmyr Gibbs came into the day as a king. He's leaving the day as a king. ETN had 21 points after the second quarter. He has 21 points after 4 quarters. He is still in second place. Chase Brown, Devon A. Chain, Bucky Irving continue to wrap this out. This leaderboard has not changed positions in an hour and a half, almost 2 hours, really since we started the competition. Maybe we did this. Who knows? From a tight end perspective, Trey McBride, in a game that just started, has already jumped into third place. So
Let's go.
as expected, the 1 o'clock slot was just a truly pathetic showing. Tyler Warren 3.7 points, Mark Andrews 1.9, literally one catch, and Trey McBride is into the top 3 into scoring position. And then finally, to round it out, JSN takes home first. Likely will finish probably in the top 3, almost certainly in the top 2 at 28 points. DK Metcalf, a bit of a surprise, in second place. Zay Flowers in third. CeeDee Lamb coming into the day as the leader after the Thursday Night Football, still in scoring position, and that group is rounded out by Jalen Waddle. As you can see, I did not believe in most of these wide receivers. I did not start DK Metcalf. I have not started Zay Flowers. I didn't start Jalen Waddle. This is a brutal look from me, but that's where we are after the 1 o'clock games. Sam, Dub, you guys got anything else on our way out?
It's been a really good Sunday, dude. This has been fun.
It has, and safe travels back from Miami, brother.
Oh, I'm so
Knox,
excited.
I want to know from you, what's the wide receiver or two that you're looking at maybe stepping into one of these positions as we round out the rest of the week?
Yeah, so a couple of interesting things going on here. So I think obviously the Garrett Wilson pick did not work out for me. Cortland Sutton is
That
interesting
was
to
a
me.
crazy,
Yeah.
crazy.
Hey,
shot
you know
in the
what?
dark.
Finished in
I
top.
did not follow you into
So
that one.
Cortland Sutton is interesting. He is obviously wide receiver number 1 for the Broncos. There is some appetite there with Troy Franklin eating up some of that share. He's somebody to watch. You look down this list, Rome Odunze is interesting, not because of Rome himself, but because of the way that the FDF system works. Rome Odunze is not playing today as far as I know. If Rome sits, that moves DJ Moore and Luther Burden Jr. into his position. If one of those two players goes off, Rome Odunze will score. The Bears are going to need to pass the ball to beat the Packers today. I would look at Rome as an interesting take, especially because DJ Moore has had big games in the past. That's obviously very exciting to me. And then, of course, Puka Nacua is somebody that you have to play and have to be excited about every single week, largely because Matt Stafford loves his wide receivers. He's going to force feed him the ball. He's been vultured a few weeks in the past by Devontae Adams, who currently leads the NFL in receiving touchdowns. But if you had to look at two guys who have not started yet, you're looking at Rome Odunze because of that next man up philosophy. So you got two options in Luther Burden and DJ Moore, and you are looking at Puka Nacua, who is always going to be a superstar, and Matt Stafford loves to feed him the ball. I feel really good about those two guys going into the 4 o'clock window.
I'm going to give you guys one on Kalshi. Houston, I'm taking the money line against Kansas City. That defense, I think, is going to step up. We'll see. Patrick Mahomes can always step up and do Patrick Mahomes things, but I don't hate Houston at 35%. It feels again like there's a good chance. CJ Stroud starting to find his stride a little bit, starting to suck a little bit less. I think there's a decent chance that Houston ends up coming out with it.
Love it. I will say that Bears line, I will leave you with this one. Bears line looks juicy, man. 25% odds. To me, that feels wildly disrespectful for the current number 1 seed in the NFC, a team that just beat the Eagles. I don't think Green Bay is particularly compelling as a playoff hopeful. Looks to me like the Bears are the team to take in that 4 o'clock slot.
It's my biggest bet of the week. Biggest bet of the week right there. They just dipped to 22%. It's time to scoop.
Take your positions.
On that note, like we said, like you learned last week, we've done a lot of episodes together. We don't really know how to end these, so we're going to end it. Appreciate you guys tuning in to Amplified Week 2. We're sorry about the curse. We cursed the wide receiver group. It took them an hour and 10 minutes to score. We cursed the running back group. They did not score for the remaining 90 minutes of the show. To this point in time, the next running back who scores will probably be, hopefully, in the 4 o'clock window. Thanks for tuning in. We'll be back here. We'll deal with those TPs and legendary packs. Appreciate you all. Dub, thanks for tuning in from Miami. Tony,
my
hope
pleasure.
you had a great nap.
It was a good one.
Later, boys.
Later.